When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
More successes galore to discuss today. Are anti-whites at the Antiwhite Duquesne University normalizing the opinion that it is ethical for Westmen to commit genocidal suicide? We'll talk about it. It looks like they are. But of course, they'll just claim they're trying to start a conversation. I'm sure they would do that with other races as well. Are anti-whites warning that Westmen existing at all is a threat to a new brown order? Well, one article seems to say so. The going free lesson of the day: anti-whiteism's effects on white children. They are even worse than you know, as if those two articles I was mentioning weren't enough. Your comments and calls and questions, of course, and for all you adult children listening with your parents or guardians, what country's capital is growing the fastest? Ireland, of course. Every day it's Dublin. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 in Washington, D.C., 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And we are going free, revolutionizing, changing the world, changing the paradigm. having a hell of a lot of success and fun and laughs along the way. There's nothing like victory, folks. We are going to jump right in just a moment into thanking everybody who financially gifts monthly, as we do at the beginning of every month. We will run through those names very quickly. These are the automatic financial gifts, but we love all the financial gifts all the same. We love everybody who contributes to the service of white well-being with their talents, time, money, energy, intelligence, creativity, artistic ability. We love you all. Thank God you are with us. Hey, if you want to financially gift today, you can do so over on Entropy, which will be up and running in just a moment after I click that button, because I was not able to get to it before we started rolling with that stream, and then I could hear myself for a moment. You can head on over to Entropy. URL is in the description below. Check it out. 15% cost to you, and that goes to run that magnificent program that they have over there. 3 beautiful people, and 2 of them are procreating. So we like that. We want their family to grow. They love freedom of speech, and we love them. You can also financially gift over on Cash App. Again, in the description below. Just drop on down there. Get all your repelling gear and have a look. You can comment in both of those places when you financially gift. You may also comment, ask questions, and that's what we do here. We talk about things. We improve what we do in the service to white well-being, and we're going to continue to do that irrespective of the people who are out there slandering and ugly and just everything they can be to try to undermine what we're doing. Speed bumps along the way, speed bumps, in the way that roadkill is a speed bump. And we will answer those questions and comments. We'll speak to them. You can get on over there in the question widget on Entropy, and they'll stay there. They won't scroll away. Only you or I can delete them. You can tag me as No White Guilt over on D Live, over on Odysee, but please, if primary place would be on YouTube, at least for the moment. That's where I'll be keeping my eyes on the monitors over to my right, your left, and surrounded by monitors and, of course, cancer all around. And why don't we just go ahead and jump right in? Oh, Bitcoin. If you have Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum, all doing well. If you want to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, and we do have a cryptocurrency financial gift that I want to mention here in just a minute as I begin to pull this up. Should have been prior to the gathering, but we can make it happen while we're rolling because we are magical like that. We had a financial gift earlier in the week, and this was an anonymous gift of $23. So thank you so very much. $23 financial gift to White Wellbeing, and is deeply appreciated. I'm going to jump right over to the all-stars of the honors roll call, and we'll begin to roll through those names, and we'll get into the regular honors roll call in just a minute. We have Andrew in the honors, in the all-star of the honors roll call. We also have Child of Lindbergh, and we have Joseph and the great Final Blossom, ladies and gentlemen. And in the All-Stars portion, we also have George. Thank you, George. And at the very top of the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call, we have the one and only White Healing, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, all champions. From top to bottom. And now we'll run through the rest of the honors roll call. And we begin with Jessica and James, Tamara and Greg, Promethean Reckoning, as well as Tim and Casual Sailing, Ronald and Deborah, maybe out on that sailboat, Caprice along the Greek coast, Kat and Sarah, June as well, Hungarian Spectator, William is with us, so's Andrew White, and Pete, Yaz, J.S., Jacqueline, and Starshine Girl. Thank you, Greg and Rujash, Jim, and another Greg, this one with M, Thomas, as well as Jason, like that name, Saiban, Omar, Saint McFreeman, Casey is with us, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, and John. Thank you so very much to every single one of you. We have Afraid Yet Brave. Thank you. And Mac. Obsidian. Actually, Obsidian was in missed you. He was in the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call. Thank you so very much, Obsidian. DevPav. Let's see. Checking on Jack, as well as Chris and All-Star, as well as Summarizing, Roscoe, Diane, and Ben, and Wingate. And let's see, who else do we have over here? Not missing a name. We have Crux and Rockford Trader, as well as Farrell. Save a Western civilization now. King Petrus, Brad C., a great champion, a great example of somebody who automatically financial gifts and then financially gifts over the course of the month as well. And we have another J, and the great D.B. Cooper, whose recent son is named after yours truly, and Michigan Wave. And we round it out here with W.K. Hendrickson, Liberty Battle, Jacta, and Kakubek, as well as Ivillian, and finally, as they always say, last but not least, ever, not in my book, we have the one and only Scott M. Thank you all so very much. Looks like we're up and running. Please share the URL, because what we do here is we have victory in service to white well-being. Yesterday night, I received a text message. It was the one and only James Edwards. And he said during his live radio program, many thousands and thousands of listeners, of course, within the range of that broadcast, but also around the world by way of the internet. And he said, can you come on for the final hour? Just come on for the final hour. And I said, wow, that's in like 30 minutes. And I have to get back to the house, and I have to get ready. And I got back here just in time, a few minutes to spare. The call came from the radio station, and we had a magnificent time. And I was deeply honored by James' father. I wouldn't share this, except I really respect the man. And he said after that conversation that James and I had, that I had hit the ball out of the park and hit the cover off the ball as it was on its way out of the park. God bless you, brother. I deeply appreciate and love your entire family. Every one of you are amazing people. We are going to jump right into, by the way, why did he say that? What are we talking about? We're talking about victory after victory by way of the verbiage that we use. What's the big difference? What's the big difference? The narrative that we are in is our narrative. We are the authors. We write the story. And the difference between one story and another is what? It's the words that are used to describe the good guys, to describe the bad guys, to give the moral imperative to some, to put black hats on others. And we speak from our story using a proven lexicon by way of the scientific method. And we continue to sharpen it. In fact, I have on this machine over here, to my right, your left, I have the iteration 2 of second edition. I need to go through it one more time, and just another quick look over by the editors. Very quick, it'll be brief, and it'll be available to you all for the first time for you all. Perhaps though for you all it seemed as one entire holistic document, but for me it's been many years in the making. It's all these patches put together, and but this time it feels much more like one holistic document to me, and there are many more meme curatives in there. These of course are this is verbiage, lexicon, locutions, dialectics that empower you, that you'll be able to use in your environment. But don't forget that 5 key concepts that you can use to change the world. We shared those last night, which means more people are going to be sharing those in our world and improving the world we live in, because it is that language that creates and sets the table, sets the milieu, sets the environment in which all of the discussions, debates, laws, etc. have to be discussed. And when they are addressed in that light, with that language, with a righteously indignant people, a people that can be righteously indignant when they know that they hold the moral high ground, which we do in the fight for our well-being, we change the world. And it makes it impossible for these anti-whites to move forward without revealing how anti-white they are and how much harm they want to do to our babies. Anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, and white erasure. Those are the 5 key phrases. We're going to jump right into these stories, ladies and gentlemen. And I jump right over here onto Twitter, and I see a tweet by White Student Transmission. If you're not following him, you should. Over there on Twitter, he's doing a magnificent job. And here on his tweet, Pennsylvania professor teaches white children committing suicide can be, quote, ethical act. And then there's a little blurb here. A professor employed at a Catholic university in Pennsylvania said on camera that there are merits to the claim that it's ethical for white people to commit suicide. Quote, white people should commit suicide as an ethical act, close quote. Said a quote in a slide of a presentation hosted by Duquesne University psychology professor Derek Hook. Hooked on crack, I'm guessing. And then he also had here a quote from the anti-white who calls herself a conservative, Karlin Borisenko, who we had a dust up with, and we mopped the floor with her. She's never been the same since. And she says, if the only reason you oppose critical race theory is that you believe it's anti-white and you want to secure the existence of white people and a future for white children, we're not on the same team. Thank you for letting everybody know that, Karlin. Okay, we also have a tweet directly that shows this video of this disgusting anti-white, lowbrow, low rent. And I can't believe they could have somebody like this. I guess I can't nowadays with the way society works, with as anti-white as it is. Of course, they have somebody like this as a professor at Duquesne University, and especially Duquesne University, where I expect maybe next year they will be actually hanging and setting on fire effigies of white people, because that is how anti-white that university is. And they defended this guy, by the way, and we'll be reading about it in a second. We'll get their actual comments. Maybe they don't feel that way, though, because we'll see what CNN says. I don't know. But I'm sure they feel that way. Professor of psychology at Duquesne University, Derek Hooked on Crack, defends the quote, white people should commit suicide as an ethical act, close quote, as a, quote, opportunity to castrate whiteness, close quote. This is part of and here is the anti-white concept, which we never use, quote, anti-racist discussion on, quote, nice white therapists, held by AAPCSW, which I'm sure is just the way you spell crack when you're on it. Let's jump into the conversation here. Hook. Who is Derek Hook? Satan? Duquesne University professor. Isn't that strange that this Catholic university, and folks, it is all of our religions have been poisoned by anti-whiteism. Don't any atheists or any Protestant or any look at Catholicism and say, gosh, look at the Catholics. It is everybody. Everywhere you turn in Western civilization, everything has been taken over, dominated by anti-whites to one degree or another, more or less, but they dominate everything. You get the word of anti-whites as though it were the word of God in every one of our religions, or I should say gods when it comes to the pagans. Who is Derek Hook, aside from Satan, employed at Duquesne University? His students get a hell of a tan when they sit in his class. That's why they enjoyed being home in remote education, because boy, sitting beside the inferno, not an easy thing to do. University prof supports white people's suicide in video. Derek Hook's video, where he makes the questionable presentation, has gone viral on the internet, writes this person with many consonants in their name. Let's see. A Pennsylvania University professor has become a talking point on the internet after he reportedly supported a quote that said, quote, white people should commit suicide as an ethical act. Now, what is it about a statement like this that really should inflame like Derek Hook, straight from hell? What should really inflame you? Well, what they're doing here is they are going to creep up, and they have been doing it for many, many decades, creep up to the actual act of white erasing us biologically by increasingly aggressive means. Remember, what we teach in the practice of going free is that anti-whites will always go as far as two things will allow them to go. The law, hold on, because we know they go further than the law. But you have to hear the second point, the law and what the public will accept. So if the public will accept something a little further than what the law states, they will go further than the law, but only as far as the public states. Otherwise, the law is sort of the guards, the movable guards for the bumper cars on their trip to oblivion, by way of white erasing the people, the golden goose who lays the golden eggs, the golden people, the golden haired people, perhaps some of us, that lay the beautiful, that create the beautiful Western civilization. Where does that come from? It comes from our instinct. We refer to it as the biospirit. Comes from no place else. We're complex animals. And so what they want to do is they keep walking the conversation closer and closer to the legitimization of the moral imperative to biologically white erase yourself, or literally to genocide, to commit genocidal suicide as an entire people. This is what these SOBs want. This is what they want. This is what they have always wanted. And this is what we have been sharing for many years. Now, because of their power, because of their reach, because of the number of nodes of power that they control across Western civilization, they have become increasingly brazen and are increasingly saying the things that they say in their hearts, that they say in their private groups, that we know, and we've always been able to know and tell those who were bright enough to see this, because you know what a people want, you know what an organization wants by way of that which they strive, the direction in which they strive for, and that which they celebrate on the path to that outcome. You can very easily say, you know, if somebody is traveling north and you're not quite sure which direction are they going to go, maybe they're meandering like this a little bit, but they keep celebrating every time they get back onto true north, you know that the objective is for them to head north. You just have to be intelligent enough to see it, and we're intelligent enough to see it here already at 521 outside of the nation's capital, Mordor on the Potomac. By the way, right down the road at DC Expo Center, I drove by the other day, and how many of you, by a show of emojis, maybe would like me to go over there and videotape, maybe do a live stream right outside the Expo Center that has now been cordoned off, full of wonderful astronauts and brain surgeons and the like from Afghanistan, and giant tour buses showing up all the time, filling this colossal building that, by the way, used to every weekend hold big business events, everything from antiquing that I would enjoy going to from time to time, to events where they would sell boats, where they would sell cars, they would sell things for your yard. Who doesn't like going and taking a look at things that you could buy for your yard? And one of the most important, of course, shows where they sell the tool for self-defense, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest on the East Coast. Can't take place there anymore. And by the way, just as a little aside, and we'll get right back to the story, they shut down the expo centers long before there was any word about the retreat and surrender in Afghanistan. So they knew well in advance, and they shut down the expo centers under the pretense that, oh, well, we got to shut them down now because of COVID, except that you had opened them up, and that nowhere else in Virginia are they shutting anything down because of COVID again, but just the expo center for some reason. They knew, and they knew where they were going to bring these people long before the public had any idea that this was going to be. I'm scratching my head. Why are they shutting them down? Why are they claiming that it's for COVID when nowhere else is getting shut down? In fact, more and more places, people are just refusing to wear masks. Of course, I support everything the WHO and the CDC says. If they say wear your mask, cover your face, cover your eyes, cut maybe little eye holes in it, whatever they want you to do, go in a Halloween costume for all I care, if they want you to do that. But nonetheless, they've got these big chain link fences with this black plastic material that runs through it, so you can't see through, see nothing like it. And they have FEMA people who look like they are decked out in military, like they are ready to go to war or something. What is that all about? But the doctors, by the way, there are people in our community, medical professionals in our sphere, white positive sphere, who are practicing the practice of go free. And because they know that that's the best medicine for a person right there, is to cure them of the beliefs that they are evil, diseased, etc., tainted from birth. And they have told me that they have been privately notified to be on the lookout for half a dozen bizarre diseases, infectious diseases. Are they lying to me? Or are they telling me the truth? I don't know. You'll have to ask CNN. But that's just what they're telling me. Be on the lookout for these. Why? Why should you suddenly be on the lookout for these things that are prominent in places like Afghanistan? Could it be because you're shipping them here? I know we need more brain surgeons, astronauts, and neurological surgeons, and the rest. I know there's always a deep need for that, especially when you can white erase all of the remaining white people from the medical profession, making it easier to deny us healthcare in the future, which it seems like anti-whites, wherever you look around the world, are endeavoring to do. Because here we have this hooked on crack professor who is agreeing with a professor or a theologian, I think he's a professor, another professor in South Africa, who is Delport, I think is his name. We'll take a look at it really quickly here. In June, Derek Hooked on Crack, who teaches psychology at Duquesne University, was giving a lecture at a Baltimore-based American Association for Psychoanalysis, crazy, in clinical social work and worship of the devil, and had quoted a South African philosophy professor, Terblanche Delport, in I don't know, that's probably a French name, so who knows how they say it's probably got phlegm involved at somewhere in it. In one of the presentation slides, which has been shared recently on the internet, Delport has written about white people taking their lives in South Africa. I'm going to stop right there and ask really quickly, how many of you thought that worse is better? How many of you thought that if it just gets worse, then suddenly everybody will come around? How many of you thought that, well, if there's societal collapse, in fact, there are probably a few organizations, I could name them, but I won't. You'll be able to figure them out. They're the ones with a bunch of people that talk about, a word that starts with A, and let me see, what is it? It's an Indo-European word. How else can I hint this? And for some strange reason, none of them look like that. It's odd, but anyhow, they like to say societal collapse. That's what will remedy everything. Really? Because you have that for our people in South Africa. That's what's happening to us there. And yet you have this inability of our people to come together. What's the reason? Psychological warfare. They are the villain in somebody else's story. How many times do I have to demonstrate this? Okay. Now it says here in this article that Hooked on Crack, Professor Hooked on Crack initially said, well, it's crazy. It's crazy. That, of course, is his exit door. Should he get caught, and which he was caught, he made that statement like, you should listen to CNN. But then also mentions, quote, there was something ethical in Delport's statements, something ethical about white people committing genocidal suicide. The quote by the South African professor, which Hook read, stated, quote, the reality in South Africa is that most white people spend their whole lives only engaging black people in subservient positions. My question is then, how can a person not be, the anti-white concept, racist, if that's the way they live their lives? I'm going to stop right there. Maybe I'll finish the quote. The only way then for white people to become part of Africa is to not exist as white people anymore. This is what Delport said in South Africa. And this is what Professor Hook at Duquesne University said was ethical. I want to point out here that this statement by the anti-white in Africa, that the professor who works at Duquesne University and represents Duquesne University, yes, everybody who continues, all the alumni, they still continue to fund this filth. He represents you. He said was ethical. I want to point out here what this anti-white is saying. The reality is that most white people spend their whole lives only engaging black people in subservient positions. What is the opposite of that anti-white wants? The only way to cure what he's saying here, except for white people not to exist anymore, is for black people to be in all superior positions. That's the inverse of what he says there. If white people are in a superior position, ipso facto, they are, according to the anti-white narrative, racist. You're going to have a discussion with any of these people? You're going to try to debate with them what the anti-white concept racist means? Think again. You'll have more luck down over at St. Elizabeth's in D.C., speaking with the loons screaming and shrieking in there. The quote added, if the goal is to dismantle white supremacy, and white supremacy is white culture, you hear that? What you create as a white person, your biosphere. Remember, all animals have an instinct. And the more intelligent, the more complex the expression of the instinct. We refer to it as a biospirit because we think there's something spiritual there. Many of us, most of us, that our science hasn't yet uncovered exactly a way to measure it. But the more complex the animal, the more complex the expression of the instinct. And at some point, we see what we refer to as culture, that in the aggregate, as a people, a specific people, produce their instinct onto their environment. They project it onto their environment. That we call culture. You cannot get rid of it without getting rid of the source of it. We talked the last week, I guess it was, and I should have looked up the name of the bird. Maybe somebody can. There's a bird, blackbird, bright blue eyes. The male builds a beautiful little nest on the ground. It kind of comes together like this. And then he goes out and he collects colorful items, and he'll lay them in piles, all in the same color, around the nest. You can call that culture. You can't stop him from doing that and being that without biologically erasing him from the planet. That is the only way to achieve it. This is what the anti-whites are saying. You have to cease to exist. What you produce has to cease to exist. And the only way to cease to do what you do is to not exist. Take it for what it means. And then go out to your friends, family, and strangers and talk to them using at least the 5 key concepts that we talk about here. Then he says the goal has to be to dismantle white culture and ultimately white people themselves. This SOB, this flaming feces is saying to the world the truth in his heart, in the blackest hole that is his heart, or where a heart would be. Because he knows very well that you're not going to be able to get rid of what white people create without getting rid of white people. And by the way, this is another reason, never say whiteness. Never say whiteness. This is as much their concept as racist. You never say whiteness. It is anti-whiteism. They're never anti-whiteness. These people use it all the time. The actionable definition is all that matters. And the actionable definition is what is in the hearts and eyes and ears and mouths of those many millions of our brothers and sisters around the world when they receive these messages. You don't have time to read them in on your new dictionary definition. And it doesn't matter anyhow, because they know what everybody else thinks is what they were thinking a moment before. And they're going to stick out of fear with what everybody else thinks. We continue here. The total integration into Africa by white people will also automatically then mean the death of white people, as white as a concept would not exist anymore. Again, he knows that there cannot be a death to what we create, and therefore the concept that we are known by, what Western culture, Western civilization, all the many hues of it that we create, the beautiful hues and tapestry that we create of Western civilization. Only one people does it, and it is us, and the world knows it. He knows that you cannot get rid of that without getting rid of white people. That's the only way to integrate. What he's talking there is that white people need to commit genocidal suicide or biologically white erase themselves out of existence, either not having children or reproducing with non-white people. And then that is the end, and continually reproducing. And wait till you see what we have next in the next article, what the anti-whites are talking about there. After quoting Delport, Hook said, hooked on rabies. Maybe that's what it is. He's hooked on rabies. He didn't actually get bit by something that had rabies. He actively bit something that had rabies and then contracted it, and now he's even more crazy. Maybe this is what makes anti-whites so sick. They all have rabies, and they're scared of the rabies shot. It's understandable. He says, quote, I want to suggest that psychoanalytically, which means quackery. How in a sane world, somebody like this would live in cardboard down by the river. This is where this person, no one would have to hear this garbage. And yet he is speaking as though he is some sort of intellectual to impressionable minds that are told, if you do not think this way, well, then you are going to suffer in numerous ways in society, because the anti-whites will come to shut you down and harm you in every conceivable way. I want to suggest that psychoanalytically, as he throws the chicken bones on the floor and then reads them for everybody, we could even make the argument that there was something ethical in Delport's statements. Really, What if we were talking about Jewish people hooked on rabies? What if we were talking about Jewish people and somebody had said about Jewish people, Delport had said about Jewish people that there was something ethical about them disappearing? What if we were talking about any non-white race? What if we were talking about Hispanics? We'll be talking about them in just a moment, and other mixed race people. What if we were talking about Eskimos? What if Delport had said, you know what? The only way we're going to have peace, this is Delport talking, is if Eskimos ceased to exist, either by genocidal suicide or by reproducing themselves out of existence or not reproducing at all. And then we have Hooked on Rabies. Professor Hooked on Rabies comes forward and says, you know, there's something ethical to that. Of course, that wouldn't happen. It is only acceptable. Why? Because we are in an anti-white narrative where the moral imperative is to inflict injury on Western kind. How can you stay in this story any longer? The final pages for us are bloody as all hell. You have to get out of their story. He went on to state that Delport is a, quote, fighter academic. He's a fighter, as though any of them are impartial at all. No, they absolutely fire any academic who is impartial. Forget about the ones who are just not anti-white. Forget about the ones who say, you know what, I don't think I want to be anti-white. You're fired before the sentence is finished. But even the ones who say, I have this, real dedication to just being as impartial as possible, fired. They're all fighter academics for anti-whiteism. That's what Delport leaves out. Now, we would never harm, and me personally would never advocate the harm of any person on the basis of any immutable characteristic whatsoever. Not Jewish people, not Eskimo people, not Hispanic people, not anybody should be harmed on the basis of their immutable characteristics. They are born with what they are, and they're going to be what they are, the same as a panda bear, a scorpion, a frog. Maybe some people know that Aesop fable. They're going to be what they're going to be. And so nobody should be hurt, harmed, or whatever for what they are. But in this anti-white world, it is acceptable. It is laudable. It is a six-figure salary at Duquesne University. Yes, alumni, you are responsible for that SOB. You better fire his ass, because every single one of you, all of your names are listed. Everybody financing that university, you are all responsible. You and your children and all your relatives and the places you work, all responsible. Your clients, responsible. You better get right. You better get right in our story, because we have a new tale to tell. And it's one in which we are the champions, we are the heroes, and we are putting our foot down when it comes to anti-whiteism. No more, my friends. You all will begin losing your jobs. Your businesses will begin going under like others that we've already taken it to as a consequence of being anti-white. Killanani. Need I say more? And he goes on to say, I want to, and this is Hook saying here about Delport, I want to make the argument that there's some kind of ethical dimension to his provocations. Encouraging genocide. He noted, I think that Delport took his white audience to the threshold of a type of symbolic extinction. Symbolic? This is how they talk, folks. This is how genocides in the history of the world happen. The symbolic genocide, the symbolic, and we saw that, and we continue to see that. We've seen it for decades, and we see it ramping up with the pulling down of white statues, irrespective of what they did in this world, no matter how anti-white they were, pulling these things down, drowning them symbolically in rivers, drowning them symbolically in lakes, hanging them with nooses on lamp posts symbolically. White people, ladies and gentlemen. And here you have Professor Hook at Duquesne University. Every member of that of the alumni responsible for this individual and his statements. No walking away from that. No saying you don't believe in it unless you get rid of this bum right away and you begin financing the endeavors to put an end to anti-whiteism. We want to see that money show up where we are putting an end to anti-whiteism. He says ethical dimension to his provocations. He noted, I think Delport took his white audience to the threshold of type of symbolic extinction. He took them to a proposed end of whiteness. A proposed end of whiteness. Do not fall into the trap, ladies and gentlemen, of then assuming that you are whiteness. That is, like I said before, and we're going to jump. It's 5:40. We're going to jump onto the next article, maybe just down to the bottom really quickly in the next article. Taking this concept whiteness as your own would be the same thing as when the Mongolian hordes came to Europe to conquer Europe. And instead of us uniting and saying, who the hell are these guys? We're going to mount a collective defense against them so that we are not biologically white erased from the world. So there's some sort of bad guys. Instead of doing that, they sent out maybe some sort of emissary and said, how do you see us? Oh, we're the devil to you? Okay. And then the emissary comes back and says, okay, we're the devil, guys. We just accept that role. That is how asinine that is. Talk about being led around by the nose. You've seen those videos of those poor cattle in other countries, certainly not in the West, but in other countries, where they have this. They're just horribly abused with the ring in the nose. Animals abused other ways in the West, and we need to put an end to that. But they got the ring in the nose, and they're yanking. It doesn't matter how strong the animal is. They just pull them right along by that ring in the nose. That is exactly what you are allowing the anti-whites to do to you. Meanwhile, Duquesne University has defended Hook and released a statement that read, quote, the statement attributed to Professor Hook is ridiculous and reckless. It's ridiculous and reckless. He said more than what I just said there. And what he said right there is absolute grounds for him to be ostracized from all of society. Not just fired from a six-figure salary at Duquesne, with all of the perquisites and everything else that comes along with it. He did not make a statement advocating anything like what was suggested. Yes, he did. In fact, he said that the statement in question was crazy. Of course, that was CNN listening, folks. That was his way, his exit. That's this year. Wait until next year when he doesn't have to provide himself a lifeline just in case it goes bad to him. Plausible deniability. Well, he said he was crazy. I mean, could you imagine Duquesne saying, well, yes, this professor said it was okay to genocide, it was ethical. There was an ethical element to genociding some non-white group of people. But he also said that it was crazy. So it's okay. And he gets to keep his six-figure salary. Of course not. He would be fired before the blink of an eye, and he would never work again. He would be able to move right away, get in the U-Haul, right down to that cardboard box down by the river. Professor Hook also said that the provocateur who used this example was wrong in suggesting any radical action. Oh, so Duquesne is saying that it doesn't have to be, the action doesn't have to be radical, but nonetheless has to happen, that it's nonetheless ethical. White people need to be white erased. The words being circulated were simply lifted out of context. You know, you could have anti-whites slitting the throats of white people, and anti-whites on TV would say, well, that video is taken out of context. They could be slitting their throats and saying, this is because you're white. And anti-whites would say, that was taken out of context. Saying that Professor Hook called for anything like the words in question is false. Those are his quotes, Duquesne. While some of the, and remember, everybody financing that university, you're responsible. You're responsible. Dean, you're responsible. Your life should be miserable. Your life should be miserable. And as our story spreads into the hearts, minds, and souls and blood and sinew of Western kind, your lives will be made miserable. You won't keep those jobs. Nobody will harm you. You won't keep your jobs. You won't be able to live in your neighborhoods. You will be shouted out, shouted down, and kicked out of every polite environment in which you go. Those nice clubs you belong to, done. You'll be kicked out of those. Wife won't be able to go to that salon anymore. They will spit at her when she shows up. While some of the content of the recordings certainly contain troubling elements, if taken alone, like, if you just look at when they're slitting the throats of white people, that could seem troubling if you just look at it by itself. The full discussion only references the work of another person, Delport, as the slides indicate. Oh, okay. So they could do the same thing and say something ethical about the genocide of another race of people. Sure. And the extreme proposition in the context of post-apartheid South Africa. Professor Hook did not advocate, okay, so there makes it okay because white people went to Africa, built several countries there, Western civilization there, and therefore they deserve to be biologically white erased. Professor Hook did not advocate taking the extreme measures Delport described. He said it was ethical. Professor Hook is not advocating, nor does he advocate violence. Such wordplay for you, just absolute vile excrement of human beings. His effort to understand how extreme thought is developed is the point of the presentation. Really? Because did he do the same thing with Jewish people? Is that what he did? No, of course he wouldn't. You know why? Because the Jewish people would be beating the doors of Duquesne down from the inside. And everybody would be fired who had anything to do with this. And we are going to get there as Western kind as well. No, do not doubt it, my friends. We are going to get there as Western kind. Of course, we love every race of people. We invite every race of people of every immutable characteristics to participate in service to white well-being, to help us to put an end to anti-whiteism, which is destroying Western kind and therefore destroying Western civilization, the civilization that we have all come to love and cherish and need for the values, the mores, the law and order that produces these wonderful homes, these wonderful lives, and everything we therefore care about. We're going to move right on. I'll take a quick hello to everybody. We have Hylings over there on D Live. McSleazy is over there. I think that's what it reads. And who else do we have? The great Raymond Van Buskirk, along with Jilly Storm and Grabber. Hello, dear lady and sirs. Wonderful to see you all over there on D Live. Who do we have over here on Odysee? Kingdom of Vinland. And looks like, are these new tokens that have come to me, library tokens? Here's a few more. Good evening, by the way, by Bertie Bassett. I don't know if that was last time, this time. We'll figure it out how to read this. Let's see. And we have Chris over there and Celtic Wolf. Popcorn Power as well. Celtic Wolf is a cool name. Let me swivel around here. Mike's still working okay for everybody. How are we doing? And we have... Crypto is here. The Red Pill. Hello. The Great First Last. Musical genius. We have a lot of musical genius. We are going to change the world, folks. Robert E. Lee said you need a band for a battle. And we have a battle of the mind here. Psychological warfare. And we know how to fight at last. At last, we know how to fight. Bertie Bassett. Library tokens were last time. Thank you, brother. Fit and healthy at any age. And the Great Slots is with us. Let's see. We have Locky. Locky, is that how you want me to pronounce it? But I hope so. We're getting close, if not. The great Mrs. Jess Horace is with us. So Tyrone. Harbinger is with us. Hello. Franklin, hello. Welcome to see you. Promethean Healing. Naderific, says Gab. I don't know what that's about. Like Comedies, another musical genius. Great to see you, brother. Indigenous Norwegian Yoruba. Hello and welcome. Great to see you. The great Dear Lady Coconut, please give my best to your barrel-chested husband, a man that if we had to be in an actual fist fight, you would want on your side. Because a man on your side that picks up other men and can throw them with one hand is an ally indeed. Let's see. Who else do we have here? I've been in plenty of fights, as you can tell. But if you're going to have a wingman, that's what you want. Machiavelli Sucks is with us. Who else is with us? Aramas, bass guitarist, which folks is apparently the amazing musician as well. I heard a little bit of one piece. I got to listen to more of your stuff. Great to see you. Bikini Bandit. Hello. And he, oh my gosh, one of our gods has walked into the room. Imminent Rain is with us, ladies and gentlemen. A big Promethean hails so hard. Eric is with us. Great to see you. The great Elaine Sabatino. And she says, I'm cleaning with no white guilt. Wonderful to see you. Glad that you're we keep our spaces clean, don't we? Who else do we have? Ursa Major. Rory is with us. Mommy Harris. The great Groundhog Fury, ladies. And For Null is with us. The sky has cracked open and the gods are descending on bolts of lightning. Patrick of Southdown. Sterling Price. We have dear lady Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Hello, sweet lady. Great to see you. And Brant Danger is with us. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. Donning Armor, who we know is number one, I recall, on the phone list if he wants to talk today. And we will be talking a little bit later. Scott is with us. We're going to have to get back to the stories because we got to keep on track. We're running out of time. Let's jump on to the other story, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you reach out with questions or comments and you tag me when you do so. And I will refresh these screens to make sure any financial gifts that you have for me come through. And let's go ahead and jump right into, well, where is that story? We got to read this story about the tan white supremacy, I think is what they were calling it. And I know we have it here. Is that it? No, that's not it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is by CNN themselves. So I won't have to say, refer to CNN, which is what we normally say, of course. White supremacy with a tan, or this is by way of white supremacy. This is by a very confused individual by the name of John Blake. And you'll find out why he is so confused in a minute. But there's one thing that John is not confused about, and that is his hatred of Western kind. So he says here at the top, white supremacy with a tan, cutting taxes for the rich helps the poor. There is no such thing as a Republican or a Democratic judge. Climate change, he says, is a hoax. Some political myths refuse to die, despite all evidence to the contrary. And here, he says, is another. I had to do that. Coffee, ladies and gentlemen. When white people, this is a protracted article, and perhaps I will put it up in the description below so that you all can have a look at it, because it's very interesting to see where the anti-whites want to go, where their thinking is going in these various areas. And so we will skip through portions of this, but get to the meat of it nonetheless. And any questions you have, I will make sure that I speak to. So he says here, when white people are no longer a majority, and then he uses the anti-white slur that we never use, racism will fade, and the U.S., quote, will never be a white country again. He says this is a political myth that refuses to die. Now, why would this anti-white say that this is a political myth? White that will never be the U.S. will never be a white country again once it is a majority non-white country. So very intriguing there, because he's talking about some sort of comeback by white people, right? Some sort of repopulation by white people, and this is a concern for John, who's by the way, lovely name John. I know some wonderful Johns. It is also slang for toilet, and I think it's appropriate for this John. This is maybe we'll refer to him as outhouse here forward, or maybe just the shitter. This myth was reinforced recently when the U.S. Census 2020 report revealed that people who identify as white alone declined for the first time since the census began in 1790. The majority of Americans under 18 are now, and then he uses the anti-white concept that excludes Western kind from humanity, people of color. non-whites. And people who identify as multiracial increased, he claims, by 276% over the last decade. Now, there's a couple of ways. If you all have any questions about what that means exactly, I can speak to that, but we're going to keep moving. These census figures seem to validate a common assumption. The U.S. is barreling toward becoming a rainbow nation, just like we have become in South Africa, where everything is wonderful, right? Except those ritualistic rape murders, torture rape murders, except for those. Except for the ritualistic, bizarre witch doctor magic, torture, rape, murders. Except for those, it's utopia. And those are just happening to white people. At least we're told. Wait till CNN, confirms that. But that is what the anti-whites want. They want that rainbow nirvana for you all. Is how they put it. Okay, so let's see, Rainbow Nation, and he says around 2045. Well, of course, that's not going to be the case. It's going to be 2030. White people will be a numerical minority, will be 49%. This is my personal prediction for the future. So you can't strike me for that. If I'm wrong, then let CNN step in and say that they're going to make a prediction that overturns Jason's opinion on a prediction. Nonetheless, 2030. And he said, so when white people are projected to become a minority, interesting that he used that, and none of the editors at CNN. Remember, folks, what I've been saying for many, many years, we will be called the legacy majority. That year has been depicted as a, quote, a countdown to the white apocalypse. And how many times, by the way, have we heard anti-whites of all races gleefully talk about white people being a numerical minority in our countries? I mean, you see them rub their hands. You see them get all, you just wait. And these are not people that are just, like actually have like a heroin needle sticking out of their arms. These are people in suits that work for, or whatever they're wearing these days, that are executives in international companies. These are people who work in the once hallowed halls, now the latrines of our governments, who we have seen in video. We've read their words where you can feel their excitement about the moment when white people are a numerical minority. What are they so excited about? If it's not the white apocalypse that anti-whites talk about quite often, what are they so excited about? And then Toilet here, John, goes on and says, and dreadful news for white supremacists, close quote. So he's at this point, he's making the argument that we shouldn't, as anti-whites, we shouldn't feel comfortable about the end of white people when they are a numerical minority. We shouldn't feel comfortable about it because that's not good enough, is what he's saying. So, and I've seen, this is not the first time that this has happened, that anti-whites are speaking this way. And by the way, who do I want to thank? I want to thank Joe Cool for this article, who sent it by way of Natorific. Thank you both. This is not the first time where they begin to sound the warning, their concern that white people in a numerical minority status is not good enough, that we don't have victory yet. And you'll see as we work through this article, which I read most of last night very quickly, you'll see that he also, this anti-white, the author, Mr. Toilet, John the Toilet, is concerned about the revolution eating itself as well, in a very interesting way, the anti-white revolution. That year has been depicted as a countdown to the white apocalypse, he says, the end of white supremacy. I used to believe those predictions, John writes. Now I have a different conclusion. Don't ever, he says, underestimate white supremacy's ability to adapt. So disappearing is not enough. Disappearing is not enough. Remember the saying that if the anti-whites are able to be victorious over us in the end, the very last white man to live will be known as the racist, the white supremacist, the bigot. Remember that. The assumption that more racial diversity equals more racial equality is a dangerous myth. So you see, even when you're being white erased from your school, your job, your town, your community, your governments, your country, even when you're being white erased by all of these other people coming in, projecting their biospirits, attaining numerical courage and projecting their biospirits onto your environment, pulling down your statues, rewriting your history, pulling the pages right out of the books, giving your children new documents and saying, I want you to be in the role of, put yourself in the role, white child, of the non-white person who has been harmed and victimized by white people. Hate your own kind, white baby. Even as that gets worse and worse, the anti-whites are saying, not enough. Well, we know what enough is, don't we? Because we can look into the future. We can look at our brothers and sisters in South Africa, and we can see the future there. And you see people like Delport talking about how white people need to cease to exist. And then you have people in this country like Hook saying he has an ethical point. Racial diversity can function as a cloaking device. You get that? It's a cloaking device. Yes, white family, your town now is almost entirely non-white. Yes, everywhere you go, there are anti-whites now, and since almost all white people are gone, they're non-white anti-whites who spit at you, who hate you, who threaten you, who intimidate you, who throw you out of their stores. All this happening to us every day across the West, where we have been displaced, where we have been white erased. And he says, John the Toilet says, that's just a cloaking device for victory, anti-white victory. He says, it's a cloaking device concealing the most powerful forms of white supremacy. That, folks, is your heart still beating in your chest for an anti-white. That is your baby smiling up at you with those little dimples for an anti-white. If there's a white baby to look up into your eyes with the purest of innocence and those dimples on his or her cheeks, that is white supremacy still existing. He says, I'm going to go back. Racial diversity can function as a cloaking device, concealing the most powerful forms of white supremacy while giving the appearance of racial progress. You're almost all gone. Just as the appearance of racial progress, we only get there when you all are all gone. Racism will likely be just as entrenched in a browner America as it is now. It will still be white supremacy with a tan. Whatever you do, do not fall into the trap, the cuck-servative trap of saying, well, yeah, the racism will still be here. It'll be brown people racist against the brown people. Don't do that. That is so dumb. And that's how you sound, at least to me. Actually, no, to me, you sound like squealing pigs. That's what it sounds like to me when you talk like that. It sounds like the braying of an ass. It sounds like the howling of starving dogs. That's what it sounds like to me when you do something that dumb. It is anti-whiteism. And then John the Toilet gives his personal take. Outhouse gives his personal take. My personal take, in a multiracial America, I don't like raising such a pessimistic scenario that will still have a difficult time reaching racial progress once we've gotten rid of all white people, in part for personal reasons. Outhouse says, I want to believe my country is on the verge of this brown new world. He really says that. CNN really prints that. Can you imagine? Where there will be such a rich gumbo of skin hues, hair textures, and racially ambiguous people like John himself, that racism will lose its sting. Folks, I mean, this is the thought came to me last night. I mean, the stupidity here is like not being able to see a flaming, a hippopotamus on fire and running through the room and being unable to see it. That is how unintelligent you have to be to not see what he is doing here and what he therefore is not seeing. First of all, there already is on planet Earth a rich gumbo of skin hues, hair textures, and racially ambiguous people all over planet Earth already. What he's talking about is the getting rid of those white ones. That's what he's talking about. That's part of the gumbo he wants out of the recipe, right? He says, my family is a symbol of these demographic changes. And here's the beauty of this. The anti-white unspoken premise here is that if you mash everybody together in a witch's cauldron, then suddenly you have peace, as though people of the same race never fight each other. Never have they hated each other. Never have they waged war on each other. Never have they declared that one was inferior to the other and that this was superior to that. That's never happened. So if you just blend them all together, then there won't be any more conflict. Then there won't be any more divisiveness. That's the unspoken premise. That is obviously a lie. It is a pretext. It is a pretext to get to the victimization of our people, our biological white erasure. And then listen to this. My family is a symbol of these demographic changes, writes Outhouse. My mother is Irish, he says. My father was black. That's interesting, isn't it? Is his father dead or did his father leave? I don't understand that. He was black. Did he become something other than black? Did he die? Did he leave? The mother is Irish. And by that, I guess he assumes white, which is interesting, isn't it? Because is Outhouse saying that Irish people are white? Seeing a few holes in the Swiss cheese of the pretext. He goes on, my wife is an immigrant from Central America with a biracial mother and a white Ladino father who was Jewish and Castilian. My stepmother is Chilean, and half of my siblings are Afro-Latino. I'm going to go ahead and point something out for all of those who are listening and wondering about, boy, this is some kind of he's talking about a mixture, isn't he? Did he just cite a bunch of identifiable groups? Did he just cite a bunch of identifiable groups? He couldn't have, right? Because he's talking about wanting just a witch's cauldron of no identifiable inheritance. So if your family is symbolic of what you want, and you just cited a bunch of identifiable groups, you are an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. It is a shame that there are so many white people, these Mayberry morons, that can hear an anti-white talk like this and then not speak to the unspoken premise in his pretext. You just named a bunch of identifiable races and peoples, didn't you? Yes, you did. So you don't have this mélange of nothingness. And your family is symbolic of the world you want, where you have a bunch of people who are not going to say, we're mud. We're just mud. No, they're going to say, oh, well, they're Ladino and Jewish and Castilian and Chilean. And so isn't it wonderful that we're all of these different things? Well, hold on, dummy. Hold on. He goes on, Latrine goes on, I have one relative with blonde hair and blue eyes. He talks about him again later, who moves through the world as a young white man, but he's really Afro-Latino. And I have another black relative who went to court to argue that he was white, and he lost. Now, this has to be an outright lie. I mean, perhaps I can be educated on this, but there's only one country on planet Earth that I know of where your racial status is kept by the government as something important, that if you don't have it, your citizenship might be in question. There's only one country. I'm not going to say it. There's only one country I can think of. So I'm wondering, where did he go to argue in court that he's white? And they said, nope, you're not white. And this is another one of their fictitious narratives that the anti-whites, these yarns they spin. And every conversation you have with them, this is why you don't debate them with facts and data. They'll say, well, I know a guy who knew a guy, or this happens all the time. It's everywhere. And then I would say, really? When has it happened to you? When have you personally seen it? Well, there was a time where I kind of, it's just in your entertainment. So shut up. There is a yearning embedded in my DNA. Wow, isn't that powerful? That Latrine writes here that there's a yearning in his DNA, as though there's some sort of importance to DNA. That a demographic tide will overtake white supremacy, white people. The belief that white people are superior and they should maintain political, social, and economic power over other races. That, of course, is the anti-white narrative. You do not have a discussion. Latrine here is unreachable. Don't worry about him. Go on to our white brothers and sisters you can reach. This person has deep beliefs, spiritual, religious beliefs in superstitions. You can't talk him out of it. It doesn't matter how much information you give him. In his world, white people control the West for the benefit of white people, for the enrichment of white people, and the exact opposite is the truth. That's how he's able to write this shit. If white people controlled the world for the benefit of white people, Latrine here would be living in one because of how much he hates and how much he wants to destroy us. And it would be of his choice to get away from us. He would say, look, I cannot stand Western civilization anymore. I'm going to go live in this latrine. Well, of course, where he can be with all of his friends, the other turds in Antiwhiteism. This yearning is not driven by some wish that people of color will someday rule over whites. Oh, really? It's not? You just said it was. It's a hope for a more just America. You see, it's a just America when you cease to exist, white man and white woman. A hope that we can somehow escape the tribalism. Escape the tribalism. You just named all of these different groups that you take pride in being able to name, that you have in your inheritance. My God, is it the drugs for these? How many times, Latrine, were you dropped on your head? How many times? Oh, your father kicked you. Well, that counts for a lot. And then then in this article, they show this picture of this room full of people. Nobody's white. It's just all different non-white folks. And that's wonderful. Good for them. If they're anti-white, though, they can go to hell. The hope was captured by one of the savviest commentators on race in America, writes Latrine, in a passage I can't seem to forget. After President Obama was reelected in 2012, David Simon, creator of the HBO series The Wire, wrote, quote, America will soon belong to the men and women, and of course throwing in white here because they still need white people as their conspirators. They still need them as anti-whites with all of the non-white anti-whites to participate in white erasure. So he throws white in, white and black and Latino and Asian, Christian, Jew, Muslim, atheist, gay, straight, who can walk into a room and accept with real comfort the sensation that they are in a world of certain difference, that there is no real majorities, only pluralities and coalitions. Isn't that interesting? Because there is one coalition that is very powerful. And so the rest, everybody else being nothing but certain difference. Simon added that, quote, this may be the last presidential election in which anyone but a fool tries to play on a national level, at least the cards of racial exclusion, of immigrant fear, close quote. We know what happened next, writes Latrine. Donald Trump was elected president. White supremacists marched in Charlottesville. Rioters waved Confederate flags during the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. The list goes on. You see, they live in a goddamn fairy tale of evil for us, of a sanguinary and bloody pages for us, ladies and gentlemen. Get out of that story. It turns out that the reports of white supremacy's demise were exaggerated. So again, Latrine defines white people caring about our well-being, white people caring about our children, white people caring about what we have created. He defines that as white supremacy, the ultimate evil in Western civilization. Why Western civilization? Because the anti-whites dominate it, not white people. So then he says here, and then I think what we'll do here, since we're already 15 minutes, 60 minutes over, we'll jump at the beginning and end of each little chapter that he writes for this long article. This one starts off, whiteness. Now, remember, their concept, we don't use it, is elastic. We produce Western civilization. We don't produce whiteness. Whiteness is a concept that they use, and it is also somebody who has a venereal disease produces whiteness. So you don't use it. He says, it's elastic. Ooh, we're like rubber band man. How do we continue to exist and dominate and be the boogeyman in your anti-white narrative when we cease to exist, as our numbers plummet, as you anti-whites dominate everything? How are we elastic, Latrine? White supremacy isn't just more resilient than many assume. It's also elastic, like Gumby. Consider how whiteness has been defined. It's a prime example of how white supremacy adapts. Now, here they go. Here he goes into the excuses, the pretexts of why they need to keep the pedal to the metal of inflicting harm on Western kind. You see, folks, they'll never be there. All those white people out there that you know, friends, family members, strangers that you've talked with, and they've said, well, it'll get better at some point. You know, once they have more power and they feel that they are more represented, it'll get better. It doesn't get better in this story, in the anti-white narrative. You know, when we can have a harmonious environment with non-white people is when there is an environment where no one can be anti-white. That is where we can have an environment where we can be harmonious with white people. Why? Because white people will say, hey, you do in your backyard and I will do in mine. And then that's how we'll get along. If we want to have a barbecue together, we could do it. Great. More power to those folks who want to do it. Don't have barbecue together? Don't do it. And that's the way everybody will get along. We're not going to be able to get along with anti-whites in charge and making the arguments for the pretext that the meme pathogens to come, folks, the MPs to come, about why they need to keep the pedal to the metal, even though there are only 4 white people left in the town. Here you go. The census suggests that white Americans will be a minority by, he says, 2045. Those in the know, those who are au courant, say 2030. But as several commentators have already noted, that date can easily be postponed. Postponed? Postponed. Let's find out how. Whiteness isn't a fixed identity, he said. No, it's not. It isn't a fixed identity. It's like taffy. You see, I didn't know. You see, I personally am not flexible at all, really. I mean, I got a little bit of flexibility, but I have always been, I was star athlete, started even when I was a young man, fastest, highest jumping, all of that business, very agile, lots of balance, and not terribly flexible enough, but not terrible. But there are certainly white people out there that are really flexible, but I don't know that any of them are so flexible that you'd be able to call them taffy. I mean, and if their name is Taffy, they're on a stage taking their clothes off, probably not part of your white supremacist cabal. It expands to accommodate new members if they have the right look. Oh, okay. So let me think about that. So if you happen to biologically be white, then you might get included in the white supremacy club. But again, how does that help when you have 4 white people left in town? We'll find out. Because Latrine here, John Latrine, has another fear. In books like How the Irish Became White and Working Toward Whiteness, scholars lie their asses off. He should have written that, but he didn't. They argued that the definition of whiteness has expanded to include Irish, Italian, and Jewish people. No, it never expanded to include Jewish people. They are a race in and of themselves. They are a people. If you don't want to say biologically, accept all of these DNA companies, put them down as a race. But if you want to call them a people, so be it. But they're definitely not white. And the way I know that they're not white is that I can't show up in Israel and say, hey, I'm a white man. Check out my DNA. I have every single country that's white in my genetic history. And they'll say, but you're not Jewish. We don't see any Jewish DNA. And so hit the road, buddy. Although maybe they would, crown me or something. Just let CNN tell you the truth about what would take place if I showed up in Israel saying, I'm a white guy, give me citizenship. All right, let's... so what they do here is they try to claim that, well, the Irish, they said they weren't white, or the Italians. And I've spoken to this before. You had animosities from the old world that, of course, carried over to the new world. And particularly between the British and the Irish, the English and the Irish, because they've been going back and forth for a long time. So they slandered the hell out of each other. When the Irish started showing up in bigger numbers, the old animosities were still there from the old world, and then the old animosities of the warfare and everything bled away as they discovered that they had the same biosphere. They were the same people. Let's move forward. The U.S. has broadened its definition of white people throughout history enough to maintain power over Black, Asian, Latino people. Writes the political scientist Guest in a recent essay. Guest. I guessed where? I'm guessing the opium den. What the minority shift really means for America is what it was titled in this recent essay of Hating White People. So he just identified specific races of man and said that the concept of whiteness and white supremacy expanded to persecute these other races of man. But why didn't it expand to include them is curious. Well, it doesn't serve the pretext to victimize us. You see how every single paragraph they write is nothing but a pretext to victimize Western kind. Through the historical lens, being a white in America today is belonging to a once exclusive club that had to loosen its membership criteria to stay afloat, close quote. Guest writes, guest maybe to Latrine's latrine. So let's jump down because we just demonstrated that the argument he's trying to make there is nonsensical, since he says the definition of what it means to be a white person expanded to include white people in order to discriminate against non-white people. At the bottom here, it's of that segment, it says, for those who fret about the disappearing white majority, I say look at history. The numbers and types of people who are defined as white may change, but the status and power that comes with being white has remained the same. So again, back to the anti-white narrative, we all know that the biggest disadvantage in the world is to be a white male, period, end of conversation. You can be legally discriminated against, and it is socially laudable to discriminate against you if you're a white male. Nowhere does it benefit you. And if it did, all along, you would have seen biracial people attempting to be identified as white and identifying as white. straightening their hair and to get a job. But that doesn't have to get into school. But that doesn't happen. Instead, like President Obama, they all identify as non-white. Why? Because there's a benefit to being the good guy in the story, and there's a detriment to being the bad guy in the story. You're victimized when you're the bad guy in this story. You have to give. You have to be deferential. You have to apologize. You have to make amends. You have to surrender. You have to get on your back and throw your legs open, or on your face and put your ass in the air if you're white in this story. But if you're non-white, you ride high. You're living high on the hog. You get jobs because you're non-white. You get into school because you're non-white. You get paternalistic praise because you're non-white. You get sex because you're non-white. That's what happens in the anti-white narrative that dominates Western civilization. There's no use in arguing this with an anti-white. You have reality with somebody who is purely insane. The numbers and types of people who are defined as white may change, but the status and power that comes with being white has remained the same. Garbage. Next segment, the future of whiteness could rest with Latinos. So here's where his next fear he evinces, and that is he's concerned, just like what happened with Saint Domingo when it became Haiti, that first they killed off, or at least supposedly, ask anti-white historians to find out the truth. So first they killed all the white people. Then they turned their eyes on the black people that had white blood in them, white inheritance, and started killing off some of those too. Maybe that happened. Look it up for yourself. Check with your local anti-white historian. I'm sure he's bent over his desk right now, snorting up some of his six-figure salary. It's a hard truth for me to accept and believe. And can you believe this too? That he is actually saying that white people have to be pursued to the very end of whites. And whatever you do, the revolution, anti-white revolution, please don't include Latrine, the author, because he is primarily identifies as Latino. Whatever you do, don't include him when you're white erasing them. I have young male relatives who appear to the world as black and one who appears as white. They might as well live in different universes. Yeah, but we know why, and we know what you're about to say, that you're going to give us the fantasy from the anti-white narrative, and we know the truth about the world that they live in. So we're going to jump through that because it's just going to be garbage from him. The future of whiteness in America may rest with Latino people. It could go either way. A study suggests that Latino identify fads across successive generations as immigrant connections fade away. If large numbers of Latino people identify as white in the future, whiteness will expand. The enhanced status and socioeconomic benefit that comes with identifying as white will be too tempting for many to ignore. Now, here's what he's talking about and what he's confusing. Within non-white communities, and you see this in non-white countries, and I believe he talked about it, or he does talk about it coming up, and I'm just skipping that section for time. And it is this. You see in non-white countries like all of them, that they self-segregate by largely by the presence of, or we'll just say it this way, so I'm not making a claim that could be challenged, that the appearance of white genetics in a person determines how they stratify. So you see at the most successful people at the top of these non-white societies have a lot of white features. And then as you go down through this self-segregation, you see all the way to the bottom where you see people with the least number of, white features on them, or the features of Western kind. He is suggesting that this happens because there's some sort of like magical moment where people with lighter features or people with white features are able to somehow just snatch things illegally based on their looks, or like there is this fairy that distributes the goods of society to us all, and the people who have the lighter looks go out and the West looks of Western kind snatch up all the goodies and prevent the people who have fewer white features from access. And so he is essentially saying, well, the same thing's going to happen in the United States and Canada. And so this is the future he sees. He's calling those people white. And he's saying they will be the white supremacists. Well, how does that bother him? Why would that worry him? It worries him because the moral of the story is to victimize the white supremacists. And he will be considered one at that time. He and people like him will be considered that at that time, if that were to come to fruition. Now, why is it in their communities that they do that? Well, we are on some platforms here that make difficult the truth about why in their own communities. Maybe it's because when the more white features they have, they find their members of their race to be more attractive. Maybe it's because the more white features they have, they do a little better in Western civilization. Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe it's because they have maybe if they're finding those with more white features in their community to be more attractive, to be more intelligent, to be more industrious, to be more resourceful, if they are thinking that about the non-white members of their community who have more white features than others, then they would be apt to claim white heritage within their community, wouldn't they? They would say, well, I have, and perhaps I have friends, and I've witnessed this, non-white friends, firsthand, where they claim that because why? If on the outside you look like maybe you have some white features if you're a non-white person, but you claim then, that you have much more white heritage inside of you, well, then maybe you'll be more attractive because to others in your community, or maybe even to white people, more attractive because maybe you'll be more like white people in the way that you see them, as more industrious, as more creative, as more whatever. So you all can think about why within the Latino community, why non-white people, and I'm talking about non-white people in countries like Brazil, Mexico, we know there are white people in these countries as well, but why the non-white people would self-segregate based on the presence of white features. They're not self-segregating on the basis of something else. We see this play out time and again throughout history. Racism in unexpected places. The link between whiteness and status is already a reality in some Latin American countries, everywhere. Of course, except I'm not agreeing with the term racism. I'm agreeing with the stratification that takes place. He says, yet discrimination against darker skinned and indigenous people is common there and many other Latin American countries. There's still a widespread belief that the whiter a person looks, the better it is for them. Is it the better for them, or is it because you want to have sex with them before you want to have sex with the darker person? Is it better for them because they came up with some sort of idea that made something easier in society for everyone? Is it better for them because of, and we could just go on and on. I'm not saying these things are the case. We know that there are an ample amount of non-white inventors and creators have done wonderful things for their peoples and for the world. He goes on to talk about Brazil. He says, in some, it is home to more people of African heritage than any country outside Africa, and roughly 40% of Brazilians identify as mixed race. But many Brazilians' economic and educational projects are still shaped by colorism. Again, as though a goodies fairy showed up and somehow the people with white features thieved all the good stuff from the dark-skinned people who don't have the white features. Couldn't be anything else, could it? couldn't be. He just talked about, though, his DNA earlier in the article. Remember that. His DNA is calling him. Your DNA it wants you to do something, but it doesn't play a role in any of these other things in society? What an absolute lying SOB. He knows it does. Latrine does. John does. But he's making excuses to victimize all of us. The apparent blessing of not seeing race will become a curse for those struggling for racial justice in years to come. You can no longer fight racism if everyone believes their country has moved past race. You got it? So there'll be no point. Your number won't be able to be small enough. There won't be a moment that you don't hold fewer offices, there won't be a moment when white people hold so few executive roles that they finally say, the anti-whites finally say, well, okay, it's fair now. As long as you exist, they're coming for you. Multiracial people will not save America. Some people pin their hopes for a more racially tolerant future on multiracial people. That issue hits even closer to home for me. So he goes on here, and as I said, I'll probably put this in the description below with more of the same lies. And you can see this under this current of concern that once he and the other anti-whites get rid of the evil white man and woman and child, that the anti-white revolution will continue and will just identify a new group. And the next lightest featured group, or the next group that has the most white features that are left in them. And that he believes it's problematic that among themselves, they continue to venerate, to laud those who have the most white genetic heritage in them. Because I guess what he would rather have is them celebrating the non-white heritage more so, and then the rest of society not deciding to victimize them as a consequence, even if they still have the eye color of a Westman, or the hair color of a Westman, or the brow of a Westman, or the skull shape of a Westman. That's what's happening through this. Talk about the pangs for these people. This is the end here, folks. What real racial progress would look like. Here's the hard truth we must face about the future. We may live someday in an America where there are no racial majorities, but whiteness can still reign supreme. So you see, even with all the white genetic heritage that he has in his family, and you could see from what Latrine was saying earlier, and he's got one relative who has even more white heritage in him, blonde hair, blue eyes, that as long as white people are out there, people who are obviously completely white, even if they have some non-white heritage in their past or whatever it might be, then he's still a couple notches down. So look at how confused and why would I wonder why somebody who has such a racial, biracial, triracial, whatever racial composition would be so mentally and spiritually confused. It's a mystery. It's a mystery why he's so confused. He wants to be the whitest in his group, but not be the whitest because the revolution will devour him. He doesn't want white people present because then he's a notch down from having the most white blood or white genetic born presentation and talent or spirit or what have you. But as long as the white people are around, that undermines his value vis-a-vis them. Very confused individual. Nothing will change, though, unless we go after the racial hierarchy that makes whiteness such an exclusive club. I know we all have our cards, and we just flash at police officers. And that requires radical change. He wants radical change. You know what? Where did we just hear radical change? In the other articles, didn't we? From South Africa and Duquesne University. It would involve uprooting systemic racism embedded in our public schools, neighborhoods, and justice system. Everywhere, folks. You got to go, white people. It would involve a more equitable sharing of power and resources, all the way back to the professor in South Africa who was saying as long as white people engage non-white people, and the non-white people are in a subservient role, then you have inequity. So you have to flip that around to have equity. And this is exactly what Latrine is saying right here on CNN. And he says here, it would involve a more equitable sharing of power and resources, not out of white guilt or compulsion, but out of the knowledge that we all do better when we all do better. So you have to willingly give it all over. It's your moral obligation. So he says, not for white guilt, but that's exactly why you would do it, white guilt. It will ultimately require that we discard. Could you imagine if this guy was like trying to sell you shingles or something? You would chase him away from your house with a double-barrel shotgun. You would say, take your thieving ass out of this neighborhood. It will ultimately require that we discard the modern notion of race. Oh, really? The biological fiction that there is something called a black person or a white person or an Asian person, except you use those categories when it benefits you to get to anti-white conclusions. You want to take those categories away when white people might be able to use them for white well-being. But you want to use those categories when it enables you to inflict victimization on white people. Jesus, it is so obvious with anti-whites. The modern concept of race has been used too long to enslave and exploit. Let me jump down to the end of this. It survived a revolution whose leaders declared all men are created equal. Racism, the concept survives. It can't go anywhere. It's a story. It's a fiction book. The only way you can do away with it is to put it in the fire. A civil war was fought, the civil rights movement, several racial reckonings. Those racial reckonings never end. The nation's first black president, it just keeps rolling. It doesn't end. It's a story. It keeps on keeping on, Latrine writes. Remember, folks, in Crucible, where I told my friends that this is a big story that we're in. The white kids who were at this junior high school before, 7th and 8th grade, they were the villains. Now we're here, we're the villains. The white kids who come after us, they'll be the villains. The ones after them, they'll be the villains. And guess what? All of these years later, I'm away from that junior high school, which still stands in Northern Virginia, and the white kids there are the villains. Nothing will change until you get off the pages of this book. The U.S. may indeed become a majority-minority country. Again, he says around 2045. It'll be 2030. We may become a rainbow nation, just like South Africa, where everything is wonderful for white people, of varying racial identities, skin tones, and interracial unions. But if we don't dismantle the racial hierarchy that gives status and power to whiteness, this new version of America won't really be new. It'll be just another updated version of white supremacy with a tan. How absolutely unoriginal this vile anti-white is. And folks, we will be right back in a moment with your questions and comments and financial gifts.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
What will the children say when the enemy comes to them on that day, when the screams of despair echo the streets and torment hunts them on cunning feet? When few are left in the land they call home, and they sit trapped, persecuted, all alone. In a time past from yours of pleasure and safety, when you had your freedoms all careless and hasty, a life of luxury your children never knew, because whilst you enjoyed freedom, it was kept only for you. A life where you would lament at the graves, thinking little of the future you eagerly pave. And now your children spit at your corpse, angry that you never showed them remorse, bitter that you had no urgency to protect. Instead, your mental virus touched all it could infect. A disease of vanity and deficient in love, a drug addiction of virtue, preventing you doing what you should. You selfish, you gluttons, you are now despised. Your children do hate you and your self-aggrandizing lies. You left them to suffer like babes in the cold, abandoned in horror of the depraved and bold. Who leaves their little ones to cry in the dark, surrounded by predators like a circling shark? Who absorbs all the happiness and luxury for now, like a grotesque and selfish masochistic fat cow? What will they think? What will the children say when the savages come for them on that dreadful day? And as they are tortured and they scream to the skies, begging for God to just let them die. And the angels come down to wipe away their tears, to soothe them to eternal rest from their fears. What of you? The bloated fools, filling fat graves of selfish mules. What have you to say to them now? Will you crawl for forgiveness, wretched, and bow? Are there any words which could comfort the result of your selfish disregard and narcissistic cult? For every bone in their bodies broken, every abusive word to them spoken, every rape and torment of their souls, every cut and bruise, maiming or whole, every murder and brutally beat, it all lies dead and cold at your feet. You are the creator of this pain. You abandoned your children. You are to blame. You thought you could place the burden on them after having your fun, never caring for the win. So what is it that the children will say when for your selfishness they're forced to pay? They'll curse you and hate you. You deserve to know, for they shall reap what the selfish do sow. Your children, your babes, you left them in the cold for your pleasure and virtue. To the devil you sold. If not for God to take them, they'd know no love at all, for they are your children, the abused, the children of the fall. What would the children say to you? Why have you abandoned us? You surely must hate us too. What makes you feel more depraved and ashamed than to cause the suffering to those you birthed and never saved? And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the audio is working fine. Please let me know. Those stories took a lot longer than I had anticipated. So we're going to roll, and we're going to have Baldur on shortly because he's got to go to bed being in Iceland. We're going to do 3 words with him quickly. But first, we're going to speak with all of you. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, please get your raucous emojis out. Throw them out on the floor. Kick them around a little bit. Hallander has financially gifted $100 US. God bless you, brother. $100 to White Wellbeing. Thank you so very much. And we do amazing things with those dollars, ladies and gentlemen. So very important. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. We have, and I need to increase the size of this screen a bit here. Let me see if I can do that. Has nothing to do with my vision, though. This monitor, I think it might be, I have left the AC on, and a little too long. And I think this monitor has shrunk from the cold. I think. Sakis, financially gifting $5. And writes here with those five. Thank you so much for that $5 financial gift. And I got to tell you, Hallander has given $100 a show for how many shows now? Like 5? Bless you, brother. That is magnificent. Sakis, $5 financial gift writes here. In the name of the vile anti-white Justin Trudeau. So he has given $5. I want Justin to know this. Come on out there, you pretty boy freak from up there in the cold. Why you anti-white loser? $5 in your name to White Wellbeing. I hope that hurts. Also, should Canadians even bother voting in this upcoming election? I know the U.S. election last year was important, but I really don't see much, if any, difference between both parties here in Canada. Brother, when it comes to voting, we say at root that neither voting nor violence will recapture our destiny. Now, we vote when we have an opportunity to give ourselves a little bit more time to spread the practice of going free, to spread the lexicon and the dialectics. If the parties and the outcomes are ultimately going to be the same, which, as you can see, like in the UK, for example, between their two different spectrums, they brought in the people who said they were going to shut down the immigration, and really it's just gone up. If that's going to be, the outcomes are going to be the same, don't bother. What's the reason? Spend the time that you would have spent either canvassing for politicians or what have you, to get out into the world and spread the lexicon and dialectics of white well-being, of going free. That's what you should be doing with your time, because we need the language to create the narrative for our people so that we change the environment where politicians and these business owners and the like, these anti-whites who want these anti-white outcomes, they can't accomplish what they want to accomplish because there isn't a substrate for them to be able to do it in. So now, of course, if you also have, let me just put it this way. As I said, to back to what I said, you have essentially the same outcome, then it doesn't matter whether there is a good or bad, because you have essentially the same outcome. If one of those candidates is going to make things for Westman in Canada much worse, then vote for the other one, irrespective of party. If there is one who is going to hold off anti-white outcomes for longer than the other, well, vote for that one. But you do not ever vote for a politician thinking you've done anything for the recapture of our destiny, because you have not. They do nothing. And that's one of the biggest spells that our people all around the world, we have to break for them. They think that all I've got to go do is pull the lever like they did in Mayberry, and it made a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Every politician is a crook. And that's not hyperbole. It's not facetious. They are literally crooks. And it doesn't matter what party they say they're in. They get there, and all that matters then is staying in power to them. They'll tell you what you need to hear to get another vote. They'll tell you what you need to hear to get more money. And then they'll just go back to, if it's on the conservative side, whatever those parties are, in the United States, it's the Republicans, they will always use the tools that are guaranteed to lose, always, so that they don't get in trouble with the other anti-whites. Let's proceed. Jacked with $5. Thank you so very much, Jacked. Writes here, great to see you, Jason. It's great to know while the GOP are being good boys prepping for the 2022 elections, the Dems are already playing their dirty trick by redistricting areas to make GOP members lose seats. Now, it's no wonder we always lose. Sad. Yeah, I mean, I really wish I could convey, when I say that Republicans are functionally comatose, I mean that. It's not just flippancy. I mean it. They are functionally comatose. They are these Mayberry midgets. It's the only people they are ruthless toward are those who have far less power and they can really just ream, and that is also the sign of a person with a really bad character, is when they are servile to someone with more power and tyrannical toward those who have less. And you see that in the Republicans. It just massively abundant. It's salient. But you also see this goofy Mayberry midget nitwittery in them, this functionally comatose state where they do things like talk on their cell phones when they're having their plans about what they're going to do, and text message on regular text messaging. I mean, really, how far does your head have to be up your ass? How gullible do you have to be? How gullible do you have to be to think, oh, I can just text message on my regular phone? I mean, it's a level of child-brained, airheaded, vacuous stupidity that is difficult for me to conceive. Talk about a mark. No wonder a dupe, and no wonder that so many, or such a chunk of the white race attracts the worst predators on earth. Because where there are sheep, there will be wolves. And where you have these people who are just so gullible, it's unreal. I mean, you seriously, Republicans, if you, and conservatives, whatever party it is in whatever country, if you were, if they were in the desert, you could sell them sand. I mean, that's how gullible and dumbheaded they are. If you had them in the Arctic, you could sell them snow. They would buy it from you. So you're absolutely right. And thank God they're getting replaced, the Republicans. I'd love for the entire Republican Party to be non-white. And then I'd love for the alt-whites to be purged from the Democrat Party too. Let's make it happen. And let's get non-white people in the seats so that they are the figureheads who do these horrible things to Western kind in the United States, who cause the humiliation that we just saw in Afghanistan. The biggest, I mean, I haven't been listening to or watching anything on this, but my knowledge of warfare, this has got to be, it might be the biggest humiliation in the history of warfare. I can't, I'm no professor on the subject, and I'm sure there could be other conflicts that could be cited, but it is hard to imagine. So we want that to happen more. Tall Kevin, the one and only, folks, who we found out, this is the gentleman, and I think he went from 7 to 8 feet tall. Is that right? 7 to 8 feet tall? He grew 12 inches taller because he is the one who made the sticker and then posted it on the back of a sign that Andrew Torba saw and enabled Andrew Torba to find out about nowhiteguilt.org, to find out about us. He re-gabbed us and then tagged us a couple times. And it was all because Tall Kevin made a sticker in the spirit of White Wellbeing, a bumper sticker, and then went out and pasted it on a sign. Who knows? Maybe you're the one that will post a similar sticker somewhere, another sticker made in the spirit of White Wellbeing, and a centimillionaire will see that, and then suddenly, I'll be approached on my way into the grocery store or something, and they'll say, millions of dollars. We need this to go supernova. So you might be that person that makes it happen. Tall Kevin financially gifting $5 writes, latrine, like bathroom in military slang? Yeah, brother. I always wondered where that name came from. I once had to clean the latrine with pine oil after I was caught sleeping on fire watch. I'm sure there is a few latrines out there, which is the female version of it. Oh, latrinas. Latrinas. Yeah, that's good, Kevin. Yeah, there probably are. That wasn't his real name, though. I was just I was having a bit of fun with that anti-white SOB, Sierra Oscar Bravo. And we have the great Heidi is here, ladies and gentlemen. Heidi Van Buskirk, financially gifting 25. Let's get her a raucous round of emojis, ladies and gentlemen. 25 US dollars. Hello, hello, she writes. Hope everyone has a wonderful Labor Day. Indeed, happy Labor Day to everyone who is celebrating. Remembering all those hardworking folks who helped to build what the entire world has been able to benefit from. Celebrate our people. Very good point, Heidi. Celebrate our people and remember who you are, where you came from. Love you all. Boy, I like the alliteration there. Well done, Heidi. And thank you so much for the financial gift. Yeah, let's celebrate ourselves. Let's celebrate our people. Let's celebrate the work that we're doing here. This is difficult work indeed. Over here in the question widget, it looks like we have German Girl in America. And just before the show, she said that she has been a viewer for quite some time and just has never, she was too shy, I think she said, to speak up. And finally today she's speaking up. We had another person last week and who wrote, he was a wallflower for some time, finally decided to speak up. German Girl in America says, if anyone here in the pro-white sphere wants to learn more about Germany, they can find me under the name on YouTube. Yes, her name on YouTube is German Girl in America. And we are white positive. White positive. So we are in the white positive sphere. And you can go check her out, German Girl in America. And she also says, hi, Jason. I've been watching for a year and recently found the community from Red Ice TV. I was a bit scared to join because of the anti-whites. I'm originally from Munich, Germany. Well, welcome to, I assume, the United States. And welcome and thank you for sharing all the information that you have to share about one of the magnificent countries that Western kind has created, Germany, and a wonderful hue of Western civilization indeed. My genetic heritage, as most of you all know, incorporates all of the white world on this planet Earth, primarily Germany, Scandinavia, and England. So thank you so much and great to see you. Thank you for speaking up finally. Nothing to be scared of. And I will give you the iteration 2 of the second edition is available in just a week or so. We'll see how quickly I can get to what's left. And I will send you a Kindle version. And you can read that on any electronic device. You just need a Kindle app. So just let me know. I will send you the Kindle version. Nothing to be afraid of. You'll see, and I guess have seen over the past year from all the successes that we have been having. Turning around over here to Cash App, who do we have but the one and only Alma Lahar, financially gifting $13.37. God bless you, brother, for White Wellbeing. Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day back to you. And next we have Carrie, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, Carrie. Our self-sufficiency drives them crazy. It does drive them crazy. They hate it very much. They would love to get a handle on all the means by which we continue to even just inhale oxygen and put an end to that. Make it so obvious. Art Acrobats, financially gifting $3.14. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, I have no white guilt about white inventions. Amen to that. I don't either. I celebrate them. I've told you all many times that when I was in junior high school and in 7th grade, and I was already proud, very proud of being a Southerner and proud of being an American. And then when I realized, wait a second, I'm white before I'm these things, and being a Westman is what creates these things. And so, ergo, I can be proud of everything we've ever done. And suddenly that filled me with an unbelievable passion and anticipation and an expectancy of just indomitable talent and ability. And so I suddenly became proud of all of it. And it pushed me, I think, and will push you and your children. Make sure that they're proud of all of Western civilization. They can take ownership of it all of the glory. The anti-whites want you to take blame for everything, and you tell them to go straight to hell for what any white individual actually did. And in most cases, it's just their fantasies from the anti-white narrative. And they don't want you to take pride in all that we've done. So do the opposite in both cases. They're anti-white, for God's sakes. The great I Love Jesus Christ, sweet lady, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much. Financially gifting $10 again here week after week. And she writes here for White Wellbeing. Amen to that. And thank you so very much. And we have Azimuth Clar coming in here. $5 financial gift. Thank you, dear brother. He writes, we are winning. They don't know what's left in us. Very well said. I agree 100%. When time is at its worst, that's when the man of the West is at his best. And so the world has much left to see from us. Rest assured, we're not going to just disappear and go into oblivion like they would like. But there is definitely going to be a culling. I mean, not everybody is going to make it through this bottleneck in the white race. I think we have grown a bunch of sickly branches on this tree. And so not all of them are going to make it through the pruning by nature, not by us, but by nature, the struggles ahead. Raymond Van Busker, great to see you, brother. Azimuth Clark coming in with some feedback, says audio is perfect. God bless you, brother. Thank you. Corbin is here. And who else do we have? Tiger Man. Who is it? Charlie Sheen that said he had tiger blood. How did that go? He had tiger blood or something. Something crazy. Really, he just had HIV blood. I understand. Could be wrong, but I think it was. Get Dagger is here. Justin Trudeau, he writes, is a disgrace to Canadians everywhere. It's a disgrace to the entire white race. Sebastian's here. Great to see you. Chrissy's here. Hello to you and welcome. Greek, German, American. Hello and welcome. Are we all doing our job to spread white well-being, ladies and gentlemen? I know there are some real champions out there. Promethean Healing. Great to see you. Remember, folks, please tag me as No White Guilt so I'll be able to see your questions or comments. Unless you put it in the question widget on Entropy, the link is in the description below. I'll be able to see all of those. But here they could scroll off. If you just write Jason, I am not going to see it. If there was a purge, writes Heilig, he writes, who would be left? No white guilt. If there was a purge of, I need some more information, of the white people that are left, you mean? You have to get me some more information. You can tag me as No White Guilt again. You can write it in the question widget. The magnificent Kevin is here. J-Link, hello and welcome to you. Moving right along, folks. Red Pill. Some of you I might say twice. Some of you I might miss. Ian is here. Great to see you, brother. Scott, JK160. DM. Burger or Budgie Burger. Really? Are you talking about parakeets? How many would you have to kill for a whole burger? Is that what they're called? Parakeet in the U.S.? Are they native in Australia, I think? Victorian time travel. Lisa is here. John Wilkes based. Welcome. Sloth says the recent Wallflowers, speaking up, has 250,000 subs. So German girl in America has 250,000 subscribers. That is fantastic. That is really wonderful. She's not alone, I can say, as personalities who watch quietly and make time even out of very busy days, who have power, who have subscribers. Okay, well, she actually, now I'm told that it's 289,000. So that's 300,000 subscribers, if that's accurate. That might be accurate. Wow, congratulations. That's magnificent. Well done. That must be some really good information on Germany. I'm just saying. That must be. I could have news on aliens, and I would not have. I could have them standing here. I could have them standing here, wrapped in an unconsuming flame, and subscriber count would probably go up by about 100. I could have a co-host actually from Mars, and we probably would go up, about 100 subs. But that's life, right? Lady Miss Coppertone, hello and welcome. ML and Bryce and Benny Bills is with us. Other people said 289,000. You said the political party should get purged. Oh, from the white people from the political parties. I was thinking that if there was a purge of anti-whites, there wouldn't be any people left. Oh, well, of anti-whites. I'm talking about white people. Anti-whites run the political parties. So they are purging white people regularly. And any white person who isn't anti-white enough got to go. And it used to be that white people, thank you actually for asking that question. I hope nobody else was thinking I would never say purge anybody else. Purge white anti-whites from the political parties so that we just end up with a bunch of anti-white non-whites, because that makes it a lot easier. Let me rephrase. It makes it a lot harder for white people to say, well, nothing's going to happen to us because don't you know the president is that white guy? Yeah. Yeah, just like in the former Soviet Union. The white guy that's putting your chains on your wrist. So nothing will happen. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? All right, swiveling around back to here. We have Mrs. Jess Horse financially gifting $25. God bless you, sweet lady. One of our greatest champions, raised an entire baseball team of children. She says, hello, lovely. And get her a big round of raucous emojis at the $25 mark. God bless you, sister. Hello, lovely. To go free with you all, you great folks. Hail, NWG, with a little white heart and a little flame. God bless you. The folks with the V. And Tall Kevin back with a $4 financial gift. Bless you, brother. Can you call yourself a true Southerner since your body type doesn't look like you eat real Southern food every day? Nothing wrong with having a few cheat days every once in a while. What is your favorite? Oh, my favorite Southern food that if I were going to cheat. Well, see, I am actually the prototype. And that's how far we have come from the breaking of the mold here down home. And so it was a rough day when the mold broke. But fortunately, I sprung from the Virginian soil. What would be my cheat day? Well, I mean, I eat watermelon. I guess a lot of sugar in watermelon. But funnel cake. Is that from the South originally? Funnel cake? Oh my gosh, my mouth will start watering. I can't actually visualize some things. When I visualize, I'm like a Rottweiler. Like, I don't know. Pavlov has had his way, maybe somehow from the dead. Maybe he's haunting me because the saliva can actually not run out, but it can start Does anybody know? Funnel cake? Jason only eats meats and greens. That is right. Absolutely right. But my Rottweiler I had a Rottweiler way back in the day. And then, of course, my Doberman, petless now. But that's fine because you have to spend a lot of time. But see, I got to be in good shape. I took down some limbs this weekend, on some trees that were dead on the property. And I had one of these chainsaw on a stick. And what a great, scary as hell device that is. It's probably a white guy, right? Probably a white guy got the idea, said, well, we got this device. We got this device. Has a real sharp chain that runs around it real fast, goes through the hardest woods like this, very easily would go through flesh. Let's put it on the end of a stick. Let's see what happens when we put it on the end of a stick. A real long one, too. So I had the chainsaw on a stick out, and I was going through these limbs. Just talk about how close, and we'll get right to. We got to keep rolling. The chainsaw on the stick, and I'm going through some limbs, and the chain comes off. So pain in the ass. So I've got to take the chainsaw off the chainsaw. Now, chainsaw on a stick is not. I assume the baddest of ass chainsaws on a stick are gas powered, but this one is electric. So I had to take the chainsaw off of the stick, and then take the chainsaw apart. And then actually it needs a new chain, but I don't have a new chain, and I wasn't going to go buy a new chain. So I just lubed up the runner, and I put the chain back on. I tightened the chain. I put the chainsaw back together. Then I plugged, and you cannot be careful enough, ladies and gentlemen. I plugged these, how easy accidents happen, even when you're being really mindful, as I always try to be. And I plugged the chainsaw up to the extension cord just to give it a couple tests to make sure that the chain was not going to immediately jump off, because it's a little gummed up. And I ran it through a couple times. It stayed. There were a couple limbs that needed to be halved and quartered. So I thought, I'm just going to do this quickly. Bam, bam, bam. I knocked those out. Still taking a look at the chain. Looked like it was getting a little thinner, or a little looser. And I had gone as far as I could go with the tightening screw. So I was like, geez, I got to get this together and make this happen before the damn chain comes off again. So I grabbed the stick, the long pole, and then I began to attach the chainsaw to the pole. Well, what had I forgotten to do? I had forgotten to unplug the chainsaw. And on the pole, the chainsaw is automatically in the on position. So as soon as it began to go onto the pole, the chainsaw came on. And I did not have work boots on, and normally do not for that sort of thing. If it were bigger limbs, I would have had work boots on, steel toe work boots. But I just had these leather shoes on. And the chainsaw, for not even half a blink of your eye, quarter blink of your eye, touched the front of one of my shoes that my foot was in. And I was able to shove it away quickly. And of course, it immediately disengaged and shut off. But maybe I should have brought the shoe up. Didn't go through the shoe, but I mean, that could have lost toes. It did. It went across. Fortunately, it went like across, and you could see how it dug across the front, and it got thrown up onto the shoe to do that. It wasn't, I wasn't propping the chainsaw on my foot to be able to do this, for God's sake. It threw itself up when the chainsaw came on. It threw itself up onto my foot. You can't be careful enough. And then, because these limbs were big enough, I mean, the biggest. Several of the biggest were around 35 or so pounds. of course, I had eye protection on, and but I also wore a hard hat from one of my old blue collar jobs, and so I had the hard hat on, I had a little bit of a brim to it, and my eye protection on. I took down a limb. You can never be careful enough with trees and limbs, because limbs can grab branches, they can throw, and that's exactly what happened. This 35-pound or so branch, I'm telling you, the good Lord is with us in service to white well-being. The limbs of some other branches grabbed it, threw it back my direction. It came under the bill of the hard hat, grabbed my goggles, my eye protection, yanked them down, and 35 pounds just barely grazed my left eyelid. Very easily. 35 pounds dropping from about 10 feet easily blind you. Nothing protected me at that point. It came under the brim of the helmet, pulled the goggles down, and just grazed. So it was so light, it took off just like the first layer of skin on my left eyelid, so that when I looked in the mirror, I could feel it stinging, but when I looked in the mirror, I couldn't see it. But when I threw water on, when the water hit my face, the water on my face and shower, it stung. So you can't be too careful. But clearly, God did not want me to be hit by that limb, and so He's clearly on our side. So if you ever wanted to be on a side with a superpower, it's this one. So did we find out about funnel cake? Let's keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call Baldur in just 1 second, and then we're going to go to the Go Free lesson of the day about white children. Or maybe we should save that for, maybe we should save that for next time. And we'll go to Baldur right now with the call. We're going to do 3 words from the lexicon into Icelandic quickly, and then we're going to keep rolling, folks. Here goes the call.
Hi.
There he is, brother. How are you?
I'm very good.
All right. Let me grab our document, and we will keep rolling.
Mm-hmm.
And fortunately, I can see with both my eyes. I didn't lose one this weekend. All right, there we are. Where are we on that list, brother? Take it away.
We are at the Craven.
Yes.
I have one announcement before.
Please, go for it.
Okay, first of all, Nathaniel Nelson.
Yes.
He helped me last week with translating chimera.
Okay.
And so he gave me this idea, and I came up with formleysingi.
Okay. And could you say it again and spell it, since we don't have it on the list there?
Formleysingi. FORMLEYSINGI.
Fantastic. And how did that end up? I know I saw that he helped you, and I think I mentioned that on the roll, and it's magnificent. You two coming together, and Nathaniel will be on the call a little bit later, folks. But
yes,
how did that end up? How did what he said to you end up helping you to come to this word for chimera?
He thought about some adjectives for what we were discussing, what chimera represents.
Good. Okay.
I just found some adjective and I turned it into a noun.
Beautiful. That is genius. That's folks, how we have to be working together. You see, wherever Nathaniel is on planet Earth, and Baldur is up in Iceland, a wonderful country. I really look forward to visiting, and we will conquer, metaphorically, Iceland together. But that is fantastic. So that's what we have now for chimera, folks. Magnificent, brother. All right.
Nathaniel Nelson, you're going to have him on. He has something interesting to share, apparently.
Awesome. I can't
But
wait to
okay, one more thing. I have to shill for a hero of the West.
Please do.
Iberian writer.
Yes.
He has been helping me to translate the lexicon into more European languages. He has Catalan already. That's in Catalonia. It's a region in Spain that wants independence. Yes. So it's in Catalan, which is very impressive. And then also Spanish. Apparently, Mr. V also has Spanish and Portuguese, and I would very much like him to email me at translategofree@protonmail.com, if you could, Mr. V. But Iberian writer also has the Spanish, and I believe he is working on Italian.
Oh my God, this is so awesome. Folks, you know what we need to do? Definitely in the third edition, which will probably of Go Free, which will probably be this coming year, later in the year, the third edition of Go Free. We need to take all of the translations that we have and put them all in an appendix in the book, so that everybody will be able to see for every single language the best that we can do with this unbelievably successful lexicon as we continue to march our way to the recapture of our destiny. Nothing going to stop us. So that is fantastic news. Thank you so very much. And I had a quick thought about Iberian writer. So let's get a big round of applause, folks, for Nathaniel, Iberian writer, and of course, Baldur himself, and Mr. V, all of these people working on translations. And there's another gentleman whose name is escaping me right now, who's doing, I guess, Swedish. I think he doesn't, I know he doesn't want to use his voice on a phone call, but I think it's okay to know his screen name. So if he's with us, he could just speak up in the live chat. But big raucous round of emojis. And I was just thinking, was Iberian writer, is he the guy who created the software for translating free thinker for Swedish? I don't know. But was Iberian writer the guy who created the software for the translating of anti-white words into Go Free vernacular? Who did that? I was trying to remember that the other day, and the screen name slips me. But we need to get that. So we're going to get that software up on the website so that folks can go there and they can plug in. If it was Iberian writer or whoever it was, reach back out to me as soon as possible. Or if you know who it was, reach out to me and make a bunch of noise, ring a cowbell, whatever it takes. And because we want to get that software up on the website so that folks can hop onto the website and they can plug in maybe the title of a news story and then see what it really says, what the anti-whites really mean. And of course, this is a work in progress, the software, but we're very excited about that. And we have Western kind games. I think I shared that I'm pretty sure I did, on a Going Free, the video game up on the nowhiteguilt.org as well. And this is for adults and children. And so please check that out, folks, as well. But Baldur, the floor is yours for the next 3 words.
Okay, let's see. We are at the craven.
Ah, yes, perfect.
So that is Leidan.
Okay, so it starts with the B here. Say it again because it definitely sounded like, okay, go ahead.
Okay, Leidan.
Leidan. Fantastic. Have you had an opportunity to use this with Icelandic people, and were they able to understand what you were talking about?
No, I have not.
Okay.
We are not at this point of having cravens.
Right. God bless you.
I mean,
folks, could you
95% white.
Yeah, it is so hard to even fathom. My entire life I've been surrounded by these cravens. Just go build a hole in the ground. Everything's going to be fine. You just go live in the hole. And some of these guys had really, really neat holes in the ground, but they're dead now, most of them. And I tell the story of the one whose wife and children went anti-white while he was busy building this underground shelter. And So anyhow, so you don't have the craven problem up in Iceland yet. Thank God. God bless you that you don't. But let's hope it never gets to that point. What about cultural arms race?
That is menningarlegt vígbúnaðar kapphlaup.
Wow, that is one heck of a phrase. Let's try that again, nice and slow for everybody so they can hear. It's a beautiful language, Icelandic. Cultural arms race.
Menningarlegt vígbúnaðar kapphlaup.
And have you had an opportunity to talk about this? Because this is certainly the kind of thing that our brothers and sisters in Iceland need to understand, that once you have a population with a different biospirit and they achieve numerical courage, they then project that instinct, that biospirit onto, in this case, it would be the Iceland and the natural environment there, the environment already built by our people there. And that is a different culture in its aggregate. And that's where we come to a cultural arms race. So have you had an opportunity?
I don't think so. I can't remember ever using it.
Okay. Well, I'm very curious to know, especially in a place where it's just purely theoretical still. I mean, in United States and Canada, etc., it's in your face. I mean, you can see that there's a cultural arms where you see that there's a side winning and a side disappearing and a side gaining momentum. So it's purely theoretical there, and it'll be interesting to see how folks respond to it.
Mm-hmm. Sure will, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so curative contagion.
Yes, this is great. Okay, well, how does this one go?
Smitandi heilsubót.
Smitandi heilsubót?
Smitandi heilsubót.
Smitandi. That was the first one was harder for me than the second one. Now, is this a direct translation of curative and contagion, or how did you come to this translation?
Yeah, curative is well, it's actually reversed, but yeah, curative is something heilsubót. So heilsa is health, and bót is like an increase, or bót is like what do you call it? Not an upgrade, like something that improves, improves your health. So curative, heilsubót. It's the you just create this noun out of health and increase. So increasing of the health, the curative. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. That sounds wonderful. Yeah. I like the way that you're describing how this word works in Icelandic, because it is so important that we stay as true. And folks, this is what we talked about, mentioned a little bit last time as well. We had you on last week, that the lexicon is scientifically tested. In other words, where it works, we keep, and where it fails, we 86, we trash. So it is so important that and this is what Baldur is doing, folks. He's making sure that it's the concepts say the exact same thing in Icelandic, so we don't end up with the cousin of what we're trying to say, which might not work at all. So this is fantastic. This is really fantastic. And curative contagion is something that I have really come to like using curative contagion over the years, because when people hear that, it always gets there to like a contagion and it's curative. It's one of those things that in English grips somebody. They want to know more about a curative contagion, something that can make you better. So I'm hoping that it will be as useful in other languages. Have you been able to use it? And what do you anticipate with our brothers and sisters in Iceland?
I have not used this one. No, I have used meme curative though, but not curative contagion.
That's
I
right.
will
You
try
did
that.
use. You did use meme cure, and how did that work with folks?
The younger generations understand it, the meme, but older ones not so much. So smittandi heilsubót, curative contagion might definitely work for older people.
Well, isn't that interesting? So it might have to have a tiny variation for the translation for certain age groups rather than other age groups. That's interesting. That'll be something to have to think over.
Right.
Well, you are one of our biggest brains in service to white well-being, and a real blessing. And we are so glad to have you all the way up there in the icy north, where I know the sun has long set. But any final words on this installment of Going Free? Good brother, the floor is yours.
Yeah, one question actually about the craven. Why did you pick craven but not like a coward?
Why did craven work better than coward? Coward, and at least in American English, and this was a test that I ran a very long time ago. Coward was too what's the word I'm looking for? I guess I almost want to say too familiar for people, and they didn't quite understand that it was a concept encapsulating an action. So that's what I was trying to convey, was that these people were cravening. It was a whole activity. It was a whole like way of life. And in American English, just saying coward was something that's applied to an individual.
Right. Yeah, I did figure there had to be some thought behind it, because craven is not something that I was very familiar with. And so I thought about, there were 3 translations I had in mind. This one, bleiðan, and then heigut, which is coward. But then there's this old word, gunga, which the Norsemen used for those who were unwilling to fight. So I don't know how well versed you are in like Norse history, but in Nordic society, people could like challenge others to a duel. And if you did not want to fight, you were called a gunga. I mean, okay, that has a pretty negative connotation, so I picked rather bleiðan, but I haven't really figured bleiða or gunga. I would need feedback from another Icelander who I am in contact with. But,
that's fantastic. I was just going to say, let's find some more Icelanders out there, but you're in contact with one, so great. Yeah. And get back to us then with what you all conclude would be best there. Yeah. For English in the US, we are encapsulating a concept of a group of people who are engaged in a behavior, sometimes in cahoots, they're working together, sometimes they're separate. And so the concept needs to encapsulate all of that. And it is very cowardly to be doing this. It's also not only to be cowardly, but to be irresponsible and to be selfish as well. Because you're just allowing everybody, and I guess it's also, and now the Icelandic word or words doesn't need to necessarily encapsulate all of that, because we can include that in any extended definition of a concept. But also this short-sightedness, because you are not considering that there'll be no world for you to come to when you run out of toilet paper in your bunker, or wherever you decide to try to run away and hide, build a farm and, wherever, and though you'll never be found. But all right. Well, that was great, brother. Magnificent as always. And folks, please give your email address again so people can reach out to you.
Yes, please. It's translategofree@protonmail.com.
Awesome, brother. Well, you are amazing. A big Promethean hails to you, and we will talk to you next week.
Promethean house. Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye. Thank you,
brother. That, folks, is the one and only Baldur, and we continue to march forward with the translation of the lexicon that will be in the history books. They'll be talking about this is what did it, and these were the people that did it. Rest assured. And now is the time to make it happen, because it's not illegal to do it. It's not socially condemnable yet to be for white well-being. We want anti-whites to make that grievous error because it will really push so many white people our direction. But nonetheless, that was the great Baldur. And the first call, though, we know we already have the slot reserved for Donning Armor coming up. We're going to go ahead and jump right into, as we've used up so much time, some announcements. The great Irish ice, ladies and gentlemen. And I think I have this. I think I can pull this up. And if I hope I can. The great Irish ice had a stirring the pot where he lives. I don't want to say the exact spot. I don't want to make life any harder. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis, though, for the great champion, Irish Ice. Where is the link? Where is the link? I might have to find that. He, once again, posting white positive posters, leaflets, where it's legal to do so, in a city near him or somewhere close to him, close enough to travel to, or lives in, I don't know. Pardon me. And writing them in with a lexicon. Again, another article written in that city where the anti-white authors they have to use the lexicon to talk about us. So again, getting the lexicon into the regime's news. And then, of course, the author making the error once again of attempting to demonize white well-being, of attempting to, absolutely, brother, of attempting to delegitimize those who oppose anti-white ideology. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how that I just want to ask you all, for all these people who have objected and are still unsure, they don't know, how does this work? I'm going to go ahead and give you a visual. There is your average housewife or house husband is home, and they open the newspaper, they open up their whatever their electronic device is for their reading the media and what's taking place in the world, and they go ahead, they open that thing, they open their tablet up, whatever it is, and they say, and you have two scenarios here. You have scenario A and scenario B. In scenario A, they open it up and they're like, well, they're calling some person evil in so many words because he or she objects to anti-whiteism. They object to anti-white hiring practices. They object to the anti-white treatment of students, and they're calling that person evil. What is going on with this author and this regime source is what they're going to say to themselves, right? How could you call that person? That person reading is white, right? Maybe they have white children that'll be going to school or in school or need jobs. Maybe they're looking for a job, and they're going to see they're actually calling somebody who objects to anti-white anything evil. Now, that's scenario A. And I want you to jump over to scenario B. Guy opens, or wife opens, or woman opens the tablet, looks at the news, sees the author talking about some person that the author refers to as evil, and the person posted neo-Nazi statements about blood and soil or whatever, this sort of thing. Now, what do you think that the average housewife, house husband are going to think then? Well, it's a good thing that they're going to take care of that. There's not going to be a problem with that anymore. Or at best, they're going to not care. It doesn't speak to their life. They don't identify with the person being demonized. You see, what I did so long ago was decide that I needed to put the person's self-interest, their desire for self-preservation, in the verbiage. I needed to always inflict that general injury that the anti-whites are doing onto every single individual white person so that they would rise to their own self-defense. I gave a speech where, I mean, it was a harangue. I was shouting by the end many years ago where I said, you just watch the entire white world come to their feet in defense of themselves. Once they realize this is not a general thing or there's not some boogeyman out there, but it's them they're coming for. I told these people, I guarantee you, I promise you, they will come by the millions. And by God, it's happening. So those people decided not to listen to that. They thought it was, I don't know, quixotic or whatever they thought. Well, they're not calling up and apologizing, but it doesn't matter. We'll just continue winning. And Irish Ice is one of those champions who has come to White Wellbeing, and he's posting these things all over the city. He's gotten the media there several times. And we talked once, what was like, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, where the police were like, yeah, we're not really going to do anything about this. He's talking about white well-being. What's the issue? The author trying to be as evil as an anti-white as possible. I bet I'm redundant there. And he put together a poster, and I wanted to show you, maybe I'll be able to find, he's going to some event, and he's going to have this big poster. It says nowhiteguilt.org on one side, and White Wellbeing or something for Canada on the other. It's a beautiful poster. He's doing all this. These are self-starters. We make the world go round. Western civilization has made the world go round. That's an opinion, but ask CNN, just in case that's not true. I'm sure it's not. Not in their mind. It's not true. But we are the people who, you think about the great industrialists, you think about the great inventors, you think about the great map makers, you think about the great explorers, you think about the great doctors, you think about the great warriors, you think about all of this, the great poets, the great musicians, the great sculptors. We succeed. We don't just study and squat and study forever. We don't just cite and recite and recite again all that is bad or who's responsible for. We ascertain the lay of the land, and then we conquer that which endeavors to conquer us. Disease, the natural world, wildlife, other hostile people, whatever it might be. So God bless you. Irish Ice is a great example of that. I'll find the picture. Now, let's see. Naderific sent me a cartoon that I think they've been sharing, and I want to share here. Didn't have time to get to these things before the show, the gathering. Always busy. That's the way it goes, folks. I think it should be over here. And it's by Masumi Rabbit. And it is a meme, a cartoon. If I can find it here in just a moment. Or we'll find it some other way if we can't find it this way. Probably if I can't, both of those I'll be able to find during a musical break, if nothing else. So we might have to come back to that as well as we keep moving. Magnificent. And I'll be sharing that on my social media, and you'll see it shortly. So big round of applause for the both of them. I think Naderific articulated exactly what he wanted. Masumi Rabbit made it happen. Champions. The collaboration, folks. This is how we're going to make it. The great Yiz had another magnificent success. Please, big round of applause for Yiz the Eunuch, ladies and gentlemen, who continues to win and just succeed for White Wellbeing. Cannot say enough about this dear lady. And I don't know if Yiz is with us, and if I got a response back about whether or not I could show. Actually, you know what? I'd have to find it probably during the break as well. She says here, this summer I have branched into a group of about 1,000 American and British movie enthusiasts. Just think about this. She's taking the lexicon, more than just the 5 key concepts, but she's taking them. She's going actively into communities where she knows there are a bunch of ordinary white people like ourselves, and she's taking to them the cure to anti-whiteism. The cure to anti-whiteism. God bless this lady. She says it's made up of mostly, this community, of disaffected liberals and Mises libertarians. Next week, I will be streaming on this person's channel to discuss notable horror movies, she writes. And just in just 2 months of association, I already have her, the owner of the channel, and many of her group using anti-white and anti-white bias correctly. And I also got them saying, I also got them not saying communist, feminist as often, and instead saying anti-Western, anti-police, anti-male, etc. I am thankful for the Go Free method and your inspirational message. It gives me a way to feel like I contribute to what matters, while also having a fairly normal life in these trying times. Thank you, Jason. What a magnificent testimonial by a truly wonderful human being, a great champion, endeavoring to have as best a normal life as a white person could possibly have in the anti-white world, as we reach the final pages in the anti-white narrative, coming closer and closer, and going into these different communities and bringing to them the cure for what ails us. What a glorious human being. God bless you, Yiz. You are amazing. And yes, she shared a conversation, and I had asked her if this screenshot was fair to share, if this person would care about it. I didn't mean to rhyme all of that. It just happened. And this person writing back to Yiz, and it's just an example of her using the verbiage properly. She wrote back, I saw Candyman on Saturday, levels of anti-white, anti-police that I could not believe, this woman wrote. I thought she's talking about the movie maker, only co-writing and producing it would tone it down. More fool me. Look at that. My God, what a... I swear, I bet you that somebody is going to catch Yiz walking on water somewhere. God bless you, sister. You are amazing. People say it again and again, a force of nature. Yeah, Jay Lang says, a rapper, NWG. I know, it just comes out of me. I could have been I had a great name for... I can't tell that joke. Boy, that would be awful. I won't tell that joke. My rapper name. We're not allowed to tell jokes because the anti-whites. Let's see. RemRep financially gifting 10 Canadian bacon dollars as we save Canada. Thank you so very much. Writes, long shift today. Here's some for the cause, brother. Well, thank you so very much. And I hope you're getting through the workday with us, chattering in your ear and keeping you inspired. And Promethean Promulgation financially gifting $5. Do you recommend almonds? I get them free, so I eat about 1,000 calories of almonds a day. Yeah, I don't eat that many almonds, but I like almond milk and almonds as they come from nature. But I wouldn't say that I have that many. But yeah, it's they're fantastic almonds. They taste great and they're good for you, but don't overdo anything. And when it comes to, there is definitely a too much for everything out there in the world. But thank you so very much for the question, the $5 financial gift, and the information that we're able to share with everybody. Looks like the question widget is blank over there. I'm going to take a quick run through the live chat. Jonas is with us. He says, I'm going to try talking about translating, pardon me, the lexicon into Czech. Thank you so much. That will be awesome. Chainsaw Man, Harbinger says. Yeah, that's what I was out there. Survived. And let's see as I move through. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I will not be able to, unlikely to see otherwise. Franklin Peanut, which is originally Franklin, says, he can confirm I am testing using the lexicon daily. That is fantastic, brother. Well done. That Franklin has jumped in and is absolutely going to prove to us all that he's a force of nature as well. Already demonstrating, I mean, you know, when a hurricane shows up on your doorstep, that you have some mighty winds a-blowing. Hey, look, the great Jared George is with us. Hello, my dear brother. Great to see you. Hope all the musicians are enjoying Labor Day weekend. Or no. That's definitely not my vision. He said Americans. Yes. Indeed, we're having a wonderful Labor Day weekend and sliding through so many wonderful champions. Diamond Dust. What a great name that is. Great to see you. Something was funny. I don't know what it was. I just saw some laughing. And I am just sliding through. Remember, folks, if you have any questions or comments, make sure you get them in sooner rather than later. No, Michael, can we preserve unique ethnic features that are a part of two nations from Greece and Germany? Yeah, of course. Going free, the practice of going free presupposes that all of our unique hues of Western civilization will be amplified. They will be magnified. They will become more vivid. And it's easy to predict. First of all, you have to embrace, in order to go free, in order to serve white well-being, you have to embrace all of that variety in our biospiritual creation. It's a wonderful thing. But you can simply look out into the world and see how much Western kind values variety. That's one of the things that anti-whites have used against us. You haven't seen the same in other cultures around the world, although I'm open to being corrected by CNN. But they don't say, well, just bring all of this other stuff in and just get rid of all of our own stuff. No, you see, in fact, that this is true for us. And so when I paint the picture of a world where we recapture our destiny, and instead of having, street after street after street of foods and the like that are from just from non-white countries around the world, which is what we have today, could you imagine having the Polish festival, and then the German festival, and then the restaurants? You go to these places, you go to this part of town, you go to that part of town, and they have the ladies are dancing in the custom dresses of Estonia, and they are on the stage, and the music is, that would be so epically glorious. We all would want it. So it is obvious that when we recapture our destiny, all of this will be magnified. And so will our biological variety as well. It'll be a beautiful thing. And everybody will have a place who is not anti-white. Really looking forward to that. And we are the ones who are going to make it happen. People like the great champions that we were just naming a moment ago. I think what we'll do is we will take a quick musical break, and then we will come right back, and we will get some comments, and we will get some calls. I don't think we don't have any mail in the mailbag, and we will talk about our content creator, and maybe look at those pictures if I can find them, and then we will be wrapping up for the night. But until then, we will be right back.
An axis of light, a glimpse into eternity. The immutable force, revealing human destiny. They say only the gods can save us now. Only the gods can save us now. If only the gods still cared somehow. If only we knew the sacred vow. They shine the memory of sacred kings, divine, victorious presence of the gods, divine, come down to earth, divine, come down to earth. Only the gods can save us now. Only the gods can save us now. If only the gods still cared somehow. If only we knew the sacred vow. Access of light, a glimpse into eternity, the immutable force, superhuman legacy. Only the gods can save us now. Only the gods can save
What an absolutely beautiful song. Make sure, folks, when you are looking for those gods, you don't look right past them in ignorance. Let's take a quick look at, here we have Irish Ice heading out into the world to make it happen for our people and white well-being. Well done, brother. Thank you so very much for all of your hard work and service to white well-being. And there you have the cartoon articulated by Natorific and then executed by Masumi Rabbit. Well done there. And it absolutely depicts what takes place. All these anti-white white people celebrating, and then the extermination of the idea of whiteness. And of course, what it actually means is all white people going over the cliff into the fire, white erasure, as we say. Well done. I'll be sharing this. You can also feel free to screen capture that, but I will share it as well. Very well done. I think Masumi Rabbit is with us. Big round of applause for both of those gentlemen. Thank you so very much. We have on our content creator to share segment Promethean Promulgation, and on Twitter at twitter.com/P promulgation. So twitter.com/ the letter P and then the word promulgation. Follow Promethean Promulgation if still at that link. If not, please correct me so I can stop sharing something that a dead link or whatever it might be. Otherwise, we're going to go straight to calls because I just realized we have been together for a while, and we'll probably do these glorious testimonials maybe on Wednesday right after PWR. And so we're going to get right to the calls. And let me check quickly. Get ready if you are on the calls list. Donning Armour is first. Mr. V is on that list. And did anybody else reach out wanting to talk? We have Sakis is back. $3 financial gift. Thank you so very much for that. If you have any questions or comments, folks, please get them in because we're just going to take a couple quick calls. I'm going to wrap it up. I got to work on iteration 2. And so that can be done as quickly as possible. And remember, we are in the construction, the foundation work of the audiobook of Prometheus Rising, which we really think is going to do a great bit of work for us moving forward. Casting us as, if you have not been able to read that story, or the lyricism is too much for you, or there are words in there you don't quite understand, you've not seen before, names for things you don't know how to pronounce. I get it. I understand. The audiobook will take care of all of that for you, and I am reading it. So got to work on that as well. Sagas writes here, what part of the new iteration of Go Free are you most excited about? Could we get a teaser? Also, do you plan on reformatting it when the book gets too big for a single volume? Well, those are really great questions, actually. Thank you so much. A part that I'm most excited about, I think there are a bunch of more MCs and meme curatives in there, and there are a couple of more segments that are really exciting as well. But I think for me, since it's been a work that essentially has been coming together since I really started using, I thought I created Antiwhite and Antiwhiteism back in '94. And it's really just been, for me, a giant patchwork, and things going in, things coming out. And as you all know, it became a leaflet. And if you all have been old school, you've been in the white sympathetic sphere for a long time, you'll know that what we did essentially every meeting that we got together, there was no internet like this to chat. Yeah, I'm old, but there was no internet like this where we could have these chats online and meet. That was every meeting was in person. And guess what? There wasn't anything magical about that. So you hear these people who say, we got to get offline and we got to meet in person, then it will happen. No, that's all we did before. But having said that, what we did was we brought tons of literature to share. And so Go Free was initially, where it started was like a leaflet. And then it became like a little tiny pamphlet. I made it into one piece of paper. I would stack them up and fold them and then take them apart, and the multiple pages, I would staple those together, and it would sometimes be good, sometimes be garbage, hand them out. But everybody was handing things out over the years. And then that slowly became a little bigger. And then the first like printing was done at one of those, I don't know who owns the place now, but it was like a print shop. And Kevin would like to call tonight. You're on the list, brother. And so for me, it's been like this big patchwork, even to the point where the book you hold still feels to me like a giant patchwork of building. And like like I'm a builder of a home, and I never got to like polish off certain things before it was seen. And we certainly haven't revealed everything that we have to reveal, because there are aspects, and this deals with the psychology of the crowd. So there are aspects of things that can be shared at certain times vis-a-vis the number of people interested, and then other things that have to wait. So it is unrolled or rolled out rather, I guess, as the situation warrants, and we move in the directions that we need it to, so that we can roll more and more out. And of course, we make additions when people come up with ideas, and then we test them, and if they work, then they stay. So it's a collective endeavor, and I don't know, probably the third edition for me will feel like we're getting closer to completion of the document being a whole. And it's a great question, Segas. Will it be will it be too many hundreds of pages to be one volume? I don't know. If it does get that way, then yeah, we'll break it up. But I would like it to be one solid book for folks to be able to refer to. You could have a pretty one on the shelf, but the one you use should be all used up, and your kids can have their own volumes, and they can be copies, and they can be drawn in. And a teaser, absolutely, we'll share a teaser. Not tonight. Tonight we're rolling. But thank you so much, and I will share a teaser with everybody. Let me swivel around back here, see if I can find the screen I need to find. Have we had an epic night tonight? We learned so much about anti-whites. We learned so much about how to talk with our friends and family and the world to make a true difference in the world. And let's see, what do we have here? We have, all right, folks, get out your raucous emojis. And after we read this and we celebrate, we're going to go ahead and then place a phone call for a quick call to Donning Armor, who is number one on the list. Haven't heard from him in a while. Get your raucous emojis together for Ezra St. White, who financially gifted, ladies and gentlemen, $190. $190. God bless you, brother. He's done so much. He's done artwork for White Wellbeing. Magnificent. You look in Prometheus Rising, the faces in the front. This gentleman right here, God bless you, $190 financial gift. He says here, for Western Kind. God bless you. I had talking about that. Thank you so much, Ezra. That is glorious. I had a guy call me, old school guy, 1.0 back in the day. And the guy said, Donning Armor, get ready. And this guy said, Western Kind. It was just funny. I guess you had to be there. But he was like, Western Kind. Boy, that really works. I was just like, yeah, remember when I was like 26 and telling you learning curve on folks, sometimes it's a little longer than others. Here goes the phone call. Okay, we don't have donning armor. Is not picking up at the moment. If you are in the live chat, and by the way, it's not that guy's fault that he didn't get it the first time or the first 12 times or whatever it was when it came to it. It's not his fault. He was mired in all that had come before. And so people, the deeper you get into that, and some of those people, quite honestly, we have a Nathaniel Nelson. That's right. Nathaniel Nelson, then Mr. V, then Kevin, and donning armor, if he gets back to us, will jump in anywhere because he was supposed to be first. But some of those people that are having the hardest time coming over to the lexicon, it's because they are so dedicated to our people, to the white sympathetic movements over the years, that they have this great inertia. I mean, they got in deep into it. They got into it deeply, hardcore, as best as they could, and the best that they knew how. And so now it is a really big change to come away from that to do something that is completely different, a completely different focus, a completely different direction, different verbiage. Again, though, with the jargon, it's far, far less than you had to learn for your job. So if you learn, and it's far less than the anti-whites give you to speak with. So donning armor, write me on Skype. Let me know you're there for the call. And if you're not there tonight, maybe you all fell asleep, then you are number one next week. So just let me know. And we're going to jump over to Nathaniel right next. Here comes the call, brother.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. We can hear you. How are you doing?
Awesome. I'm doing great, Jason. How are you?
I could not be happier. I mean, I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone with the great Nathaniel. We are live, and
don't flatter me too much.
Oh,
I'll
man.
let you know I'm in the highlands of the desert right now. So if the call cuts out, let me know.
All right.
And I can rewind a little bit.
All right.
And I have a few things I wanted to talk about. I'll just kind of go through them real quick because there's no nice way to segue through each. And if you want to offer your input between each one I get on, please, by all means, do so.
Okay.
So the first one, going into it, kind of ties into a little bit about what you were talking about first when we got on screen. Mr. Hook there. Well, something I've been noticing lately in the greater MAGA conservative vague spheres is that there's been a lot of outrage at educational teachers, education professionals, if you could call them that.
Right.
We've seen probably maybe 2 or 3 go through recently and get canned. With that being said, this is something that's a great opportunity for us to seize on. This is momentum. We can pick up on these movements. We can actually get an anti-white removed from their position, and we can demonstrate to the people who are trying to reach out to that our goals align with theirs.
Right.
So I just wanted to make a point, I guess, to the greater community that if they see an instance of this popping up, where one of these anti-white scumbags outs themselves, it would be a huge burden if they would go ahead and say, forward the information to me. I can turn up whatever appropriate professional channels complaints need to be filed to, write a draft, and get it out there.
Great. That is
now
great.
Going specifically to the man you mentioned, Mr. Hook, we actually kind of already jumped the gun on that and have assembled the contact information for the president of the university, along with the draft letter in a nice copy-pastable format to spread on social media. I just emailed that to you maybe 10 minutes ago.
Oh my gosh,
So
awesome.
it's in your inbox. If you want to dump it up on your cloud so people can take that, copy paste it to any conservative spheres or spheres where they have influence, then we can start putting pressure on this guy at Duquesne.
Beautiful. Thank you. And before you go on to the next thought, where can people reach you? Because right now I know people are saying, how can I get in touch with this guy?
They can either reach me through the outreach team email, White Wellbeing outreach team at protonmail.com. They're also welcome to contact my personal email. It's nnelson22989@gmail.com. So if you see any of these anti-white scumbags rearing their heads, feel free to reach out to me. I'll go dig through the proper professional channels, compose a draft letter and get it circulating. If you're not in our open chat on Gab, oftentimes we put, information like that out there.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be a good place to look too. But as far as this particular gentleman in Duquesne goes, we actually did send you the little bit that we've done up so far.
Great.
And get it out there. Put some pressure on him because he should not be. No, I'm not having it.
Amen to that, brother. God bless you. That is fantastic. Very exciting.
That's point one. Going into point two, recently we noticed that Gab has implemented hashtags. And while examining them, it seems to be the top 5 most frequently, hashed items. And, most of them are pretty common things like COVID or, 2020 election, stuff like that. But there's one that's particularly weak, that's being held up by a bunch of Gabs with extremely low, if not near non-existent engagement. What we were discussing was that if we could get the community to go as a move on Gab, start making posts and hashtag the 5 key concepts, we could easily knock that hashtag out and get anti-white or anti-whiteism or white erasure trending. But to do this, we need community support. And I know a lot of the community's on Gab. So I figured I'd throw it out there. If you're on Gab, start hashtagging key concepts so we can actually get rid of the get Gosar on Gab tag, go out of there and put up something that we actually want to see.
Okay, so you're suggesting anti-white and anti-whiteism.
Any of the 5 key concepts.
All right.
We're trying to do one a week, focus one a week. So like the first white, anti-white, the second week, anti-whiteism. But whenever you use those concepts, hashtag them. And then we can put our hashtag front and center on the Gab main page.
Perfect idea. I love it.
Yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to talk to you about, if you don't have any input on number 2, do you have any input on number 2?
No, I'm just going to be encouraging people to use, just like you said, those hashtags, especially.
We can take it over. Like I said, the lowest hashtag doesn't have much engagement at all. If we win as a community, we can do it.
Awesome.
Now, the last thing that I got on my list for you, and I believe I sent you an email about this. This was floated across my desk by Mr. Patrick of Southtown. And he came at me with a rather salient point, that the anti-white narrative isn't just being targeted at Western countries.
Right.
There are other countries in the world, for example, that are sympathetic to the West, like, say, the Philippines or Japan or what have you. We've had a long history with us, and we've been on really good terms that are just starting to get their first brushings with this narrative. So, we've already got an outreach team structure in place. What we were kind of spitballing around was the idea of finding people who could translate into these languages, locating the social media that the natives use, and then spreading translated no white guilt videos.
Oh, nice.
Now, the reason I bring this up to you is that it would be great if we had just kind of one catch-all video universally for international non-white communities that we could take and translate into different languages. How would you feel about making an international address as the ambassador of White Wellbeing, Justin?
Yes. That's how I feel, yes.
Yes, that is a great answer. We've already started running down some translators. Patrick has a friend who can do Japanese and Spanish. You know, I know some people in the Philippines who can do Tagalog and all that, and we'll just see how far we can take this and how far we can push this. Because even if we only get a handful of people over there that are, you know, going against the grain of what they're being told, it's a lot better than nothing. You know, we're only a handful here going against the grain, but look what we can do, right?
Precisely.
So,
great idea.
yeah. And that was my call, bud. I don't really have too much else, except for one thing Rhetoric's been bothering me about, and he's wondering if there's a better way to get a hold of you. So maybe you might want to email him something.
Did you say Rhetoric was looking for a better way to get on? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the last one. So yeah, let's piggyback off some conservative movements. We'll see about getting this Duquesne guy fired. Hashtags on Gab, and hopefully we can get some international outreach going. And that's all I got for you, man.
Brother, you are doing just such a splendid job. Folks, let's get a big round of applause for Nathaniel and all the hard work that he's doing in service to white well-being. Becoming that here, I was talking earlier, right after that song, that our beautiful sister singing there, looking beautiful, singing beautifully, make sure, folks, when you're out there, you don't look right past the gods in our midst. The gods only help those who help themselves. They push you over the edge. They don't, if there's going to be anything supernatural, it's going to come through us. God bless you, Nathaniel, everything you're doing.
Hang on. I quickly skipped something on the last part. On the international outreach, and this is a question for the community.
Okay.
I do not have video editing skills. Patrick does not have video editing skills. So if somebody is able to do some video editing, would be willing to come over and subtitle in a foreign language, you know, you can contact me again at my personal email or the outreach team email.
Beautiful. Anything else you want to share before we let you go, brother?
I think that about covers it, my boy.
My God, what a champion you are. We will continue. While everybody continues to bicker about how bad things are and dig into who might be responsible for this or that, we will continue changing the world. Nathaniel is going to be right at the very front of that, folks.
So it's so telling in some of these campaigns we've done against some of these individuals, how so many people come out of the woodwork and say nothing will happen. And then I'm like, well, what about Aruna? What about Gabriel Gein? What about that teacher down in Orange County who was flying rainbow flags and giving BLM books to third graders? Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, they're all out on their asses. We can do this.
We can do this.
Yes,
Precisely.
sir.
God bless you. But be safe out there, brother. We love you. And Promethean hails.
Promethean hails, Jason.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, epic champion Nathaniel. Now, folks, I will get this letter that Nathaniel has already crafted, and I will attach that to my P-Cloud so that you can download it, and we can do the exact same thing that we did with Kilanani, and I will put that in the description of this video. It's obviously not available yet, but it will be at some point later tonight in the description for this video. Remember, when you are on Gab, use at a minimum one or more of the 5 key concepts: anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white erasure, and add a hashtag to it every time, because there will be others doing that, and we can make these the top hashtags on Gab. And then, of course, we'll be making this video in an outreach to folks around the world who are obviously going to, there will be good non-white people in non-white countries that will say, and we already have it. I mean, one of my very first subscribers was an Asian guy from Japan, a young Asian man. I think he was in college or just going into college. And he absolutely wholeheartedly supported our position of love, hope, and redemption, and had concern for our people, for Western kind. And he returns every now and again to say hello. And it's good to see him every time. So there are good people out there that will want to help us. And just their moral support is immense help. So thank you so very much, Brother Nathaniel. And who else do we have here next on our list? Did Donning Armour get back to me? Not yet. If he's gotten back, if any of the moderators could get my attention, if he's gotten back on any of the platforms, let me know. I see over there on D Live, we have the Squirrel with us. Hello to you. Jack McDaniels, hello. Gobbler, hello to you. And great to see all you all over there. It looks like, is that Michael? Hello to you. Anybody else over here on Odysee? Nope, same Celtic Wolf. Kingdom of Vinland. That's a great name. I'm going to swivel back around to here for a moment before we place the next call, which is Mr. V. And then we have Tall Kevin before we sign out tonight. Bring the mic a little closer. I think I saw Jonas saying that 94, when I started using anti-white and anti-whiteism, and thought I created them because they weren't in any of the dictionaries that I found, said it was 7 years before he was born. 7 years before he was born. Well, now I want to see from Jonas. Now I want to see from Jonas that he's going to become super magnificently epic in his country by translating. He's going to show how much he can do at his young age for white well-being. We're going to see a lot. He's going to do more than just push me around in a wheelchair when I get to that point. Well, I better make it a wheelbarrow, because I don't know if a wheelchair is going to work. Maybe just heave me up on top of a big magnificent stallion. That's what I'll use as my wheelchair. Ride that into the final battle, metaphorically. Let's see, what do we have here? What does says Jason looks 30. Oh, the jokes I could share. Thank you so much for that, though. That's a magnificent compliment. I really appreciate that. Jay Link, no white guilt is based. Thank you, brother. Franklin said, I wish Jason's videos started years before 2017. Yes, I was coming onto YouTube, and making these videos was all part of the plan. But even back then, that felt like it was a bit early for YouTube, or for I guess video. This sort of approach. In fact, I wanted to go a little while making more videos before people really discovered the channel. It wasn't like a lot ever discovered the channel, but before folks discovered the channel. But then I guess I'm a loudmouth for white well-being, so ended up happening. Went blurry for a second there. So the camera. This is the other low G webcam that I have, and this one's a bit newer. And every now and again, they both have been going blurry. So I have no idea what it could be. It's I don't have much time to think about it. So if anybody out there has an idea, let me know. All right, just sliding through the live chat. Heiling says, cool watch. Heiling says, cool watch. Thank you. Magnificent Kevin, he's muffled and low volume. Well, yeah, he's out in the middle of the desert. So thanks to the white man's technology, we could have a conversation. Although I'm sure the internet came from largemouth bass. Elaine Sabatino says she's multitasking with no white guilt. God bless you, sister. It was Elaine that started that, right? So people started saying whatever they were doing with me as we were going live. So with cleaning with no white guilt, washing the car with no white guilt. And we had some very interesting statements, like woodworking with no white guilt. And we had making babies with no white guilt. Oh, it happens. Jonas says, haha, I don't know how to push from across the pond, but technology will sure allow. Just send me that Eccletechie. You're close to those golden horses, aren't you? Aren't they? Isn't that what they're called? Send me. I probably just said something in a foreign language like hit me in the mouth or something really dumb, but whatever. Eccletechy. And Nancy Drew is with us. Great to see you. Yes, of course, whatever that was making babies while No White Guilt was playing in the background. That's what that statement meant. Austin 316 is with us. Great to see you, brother. And all right, making the next call, Mr. V. If you're ready, here it comes.
Hey, brother.
There he is, one of our greatest champions, Mr. V. How are you doing, brother? And I got your message back that what you sent me last is the version for the website that will go to our genius who runs the website, and then will be up for everybody to use in the making of their material to combat this anti-white Gad Sad, who's at the head of this endeavor to steer our people down another abstractionist dead-end alley, literally taking the concept of mental diseases that we were using many, many years before he could have even thought of it. He never said anything about any of this. Many years before, literally taking those ideas and then turning them into abstractions that benefit his people, by the way. People will be able to see all of that great material, all of that great research that Mr. V has done. And people last week, by the way, were saying the best part of the entire gathering was when you were on. So that was fantastic. What do you have for us today, brother?
Well, thank you for taking the call, brother. I'm well. You seem in high spirits as always.
Yes, indeed, I am. Well, we are live and we are in drive. We are making it happen for White Wellbeing. Nothing going to stop us. So what's on your mind?
Well, first thing, I saw what people said, and I appreciate that. It is important for us to be thinking about how we can frame, because humans are storytelling creatures. We in many ways live by stories. And like we discussed last week, you can't process all of this information, so your brain is going to run with narratives. It's going to work on some kind of narrative. It's going to tell you some kind of story. And that's also how we learn. We learn through stories. If you can think of our evolutionary history, what we did in the past before TV came along and destroyed us is we would sit around a campfire and tell each other stories. So when your brain can't process all this information, it's going to go for whatever narrative is out there. And when you've got the anti-white narrative dominating things, that's what you're going to default to. And when you're in the white sympathetic sphere and you're applying this coat of whiteness to your little shack, and you're thinking that all of a sudden that turns it into a palace, you have the wrong idea. You're working superficially. If you don't have the tools that we have, if you don't have the practice that we have, you cannot change your environment, which includes the people around you. If you cannot change your environment and the people around you, that will oppress you. It will suppress your potential to power, and you will default to your environment. If you read Crucible, it takes a really strong will to go against an entire anti-white school, anti-white media, etc. Most people are not going to have that kind of will. They're not going to be that in touch with their biospirit. So what's going to happen? They're going to revert back to the anti-white narrative. That's what's going to happen. If you don't have the tools to change the context and change the environment, you are doomed, because you're like an ant fighting an elephant.
Precisely. Brilliantly said. Ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about apostles, to a degree, of course, it is, not to a degree, I should say this, from a certain perspective, it's warranted hyperbole. But from another perspective, it's the real deal. Everything Mr. V just said right there, and these people who are taking the practice as something that's very serious, and then taking it to the world, taking it to themselves and treating their own MPs, they're going to become the best physically, mentally, spiritually out there. And because they'll be able to treat these MPs, and they will be able to bring this message in purity, in a, as we like to say, a pristine way to our brothers and sisters more effectively than others. So We are quite literally the apostles of a new dawn. We are the ones leading the direction up the side of that mountain and able to articulate the world that we want to create. So that blue, that light blue that is creeping into the darkness atop that mountain as we look westward, that western sunrise, we are making that happen. We are the ones with the paint brushes. Those are our paint strokes. We make the world we want to live in. And Mr. V is in the forefront of that. God bless you, brother. You articulated that magnificently.
Thank you, brother. That's very kind of you. I grow tired of seeing people in the white sympathetic sphere post entire lists of the process that they're hoping to take their family and friends through. And here's World War II stuff, and here's race stuff, and here's this and this and this.
Oh boy!
And what documentaries they're going to show them, and what books, and you feel sad because you realize that these people have no power.
Yeah.
If you cannot even walk up to another person, regardless of race, it could even be a non-white person, and express your love for your people and bring them over to white well-being. If you cannot do that, what power do you have?
Well, precisely.
You have no power. Quickly, brother, because I don't want to interfere too much as I know there's others on the call. I wanted to mention, so that is the final edition. I also sent you before the interviews timestamps, and you can upload that as well, but that has commentary. I don't know if you want it with the commentary or without the commentary, because if you want the timestamps without the commentary, I can just quickly remove the commentary and send it again to you. But you can upload the interview and video timestamps so that people can check those out and use them if you'd like. I've already sent you that before on PDF. I can send it to you again if you'd like.
No, I think your commentary is going to be really valuable for people.
Okay. So in that case, I think you should already have it. It's the Godsod interviews and videos, timestamps and notes. So please upload that as well, along with the notes and analysis file. Please send that to your website, Genius, and upload that. The other stuff I don't think is necessary to. If you want to upload it as well, you can. But the other is the comparison between Ricardo Duquesne and the treatment that he got versus the treatment that Saad got. And then it's, of course, the stuff having to do with reviews on Amazon and kind of an analysis of those reviews and what people were saying, from all the way from 1 stars to 5 stars, etc. But I don't think those are necessary to upload to the website, and they're in a way just better spread to our people. I don't have to use Smartsheet because then I just figured out, all right, I'm just going to put it in PDF, and this way we can give it and spread it to everybody. I did also, by the way, a quick side note, I emailed Baldur. So Baldur, if you check your email, I sent you an email. And anyone else who wants to email me, you can do so at eurosphere@protonmail.com. That's the word Euro, as in European, and then the word sphere at protonmail.com. So if you want a copy of all this Godsod material, just let me know, and I will send you that. And I'm also planning to spread it on the White Wellbeing chat on Telegram.
Oh my God!
But are there any questions that you have, brother, about this kind of material? And any updates that you need, any changes, just let me know and I'll get to it as quickly as possible.
Oh, well, nothing at the moment. It just that the most recent material that you sent me is for the website, and then is it the material that you sent right before that is the videos with the timestamps that also goes up on the website? And is that by itself, or did you send it with other things?
Oh, that's by itself. It's the Godsod interviews and videos, timestamps and notes. That's for the website. And then the one that says selected interview and video timestamps, and then it has, in parentheses, for Mr. Köhne. So that one's for you, brother. Those are the ones that I recommend if you wanted to make videos on Saad. And like we discussed last time, if you recall, I recommend that you use the first video, the one where there's the opportunity to answer some of the interviewer's questions that Saad cannot answer. Such as questions about who wrote this playbook and questions about race, etc.
Oh my gosh. I need to get more time and get into this and make it happen. You are a champ beyond champ. I mean, talk about like the champion belt that Mr. V would wear, folks. Would be bigger than a dinner plate. That is wonderful, brother. Thank you so much for all of your service. And so many people have really come to be excited and look forward to your calls too. So thank you so much for being willing to step in on Sundays and give us your thoughts. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, very quickly, I'll add that for the translations I picked up, I spoke to my Quebec friend. He wasn't too optimistic about the possibility of a French translation, but he's only familiar with a few of the concepts that I had time to discuss with him. But because of the nature of French, and he's not too optimistic about how the translations would come out. He thinks that it's possible that we might have to kind of come up with new concepts. But I'm going to be working on that because I picked up the Oxford dictionaries, the big behemoths for Spanish and Portuguese and French. And as I was looking through them, the word white trash is in all except the Spanish one. And of course, anti-puppy and anti-puppyism is there, but there's no anti-white. But of course, they got to include white trash in there, right? This anti-white slur. What the hell is so important about that goddamn anti-white slur that every freaking dictionary has it?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Well, all right. Do you need to talk with anybody else about, or would you like to ask for anybody's input and then where they can reach you on any of that you just mentioned?
Well, for the translations, I'm getting in touch with Baldur, as I mentioned, so that'll be all right. And I'm going to reach out to more people to send them the God stuff. So on that front, I'm all right. So that's all for today. Thank you so much for taking the call, brother.
Thank you so much for calling in and serving White Wellbeing, brother. Promethean Hales, we love you.
Promethean Hales, brother. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. Oh my gosh, folks. Do we not have the best people? We're going to be calling Kevin in just a minute. Another magnificent champion. I mentioned earlier today that he was the one who is the reason why we ended up with so much coverage on Gab. And it was his promotion of nowhiteguilt.org. He created the web, created the sticker that he put up on a sign. And the rest is history. Now, I ask you, what if he had put up, excuse me, as I switch screens here, what if he had put up a sticker from one of these, over the years, one of these clubs where people gather and they pretend to be from other periods in history. They embrace antiquity. What would have happened? Would Torba have endorsed that? Would Torba be sharing and regabbing? And would he have? I don't know, maybe. But maybe that centimillionaire, that decamillionaire that ends up coming to White Wellbeing, would that person embrace some sort of antique ideas? I think not. The past always pulls at and complains about and wars against the future, but ultimately the past fades away, and we, my friends, are the future. The great Heidi Van Buskirk, we have to thank her and Ray because they are a couple, financially gifting another $25. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for these champions. She writes here, I would like to send all our love to Fraulein Dresden. We love you. Our hearts are with you. Many blessings. Indeed. I am in just about daily, we'll have some sort of contact with Fraulein. She is in bed. She is resting. And for those who don't know, she is the daughter of a woman who yet lives, who survived the firebombing at Dresden. Fraulein wrote, and I should go back and pull it out, a wonderful testimonial to going from a place before going free that wasn't very positive to a very positive place in service to white well-being. And we love her, and she is terminally ill with cancer, various cancers. So we are indeed with her. Thank you so much, Heidi, for that $25 financial gift and bringing up our dear sister, Fraulein Dresden. And let me take a quick look over here. Kevin, get ready because the phone's going to ring and we're going to speak with you. And then we're going to wrap up this Going Free, which has been glorious. Ended up going another 4 hours. I just can't help myself. The story, that article, those two articles were just big. Yeah, they had to get their due, I think, though. So let me turn around here. Looks good. And Kevin, here comes the call.
Hello.
Brother, how are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Oh my God. Well, geez, when I found out it was you that had posted that, I was, man, thank you so much. You did so much for the community. And you have been active doing so much for white well-being. And we thank God you were white positive.
Yeah, I'm glad I got that phrase because, like you said, I've seen, stupid stickers on people's cars and all over on the same type of locations and just the stuff that's outdated. And yeah, it might be kind of funny, like it's a joke, but you're really wasting your time and your opportunity to put a message out there that's positive just for a laugh, So obviously it's something that people might laugh at if you see some other type of sticker, but it's time to get serious when it comes to certain things. And that's what I chose. And like I said, I mean, anybody can do that. You just go on these, I forget what site it was, but you just Google, build your own whatever, and you create your own stuff, you design your own thing. And it's something that I've done a while in my area. Like you'll see, maybe it's like a nationwide thing, but people put them in saying like electrical boxes or like a light bulb, but like choose life or like smile, your mom chose life. Like that's kind of where I got the idea. I would see those all over, like I guess the anti-abortion thing. So I assume that's something that's been around for a while because I've seen them since I was a little kid. I always remember seeing that. But
that's
yeah,
awesome.
that's kind of like that's where I got the idea. And like this, yeah, I guess like the legality of certain things, like I don't know. I see constant like signs nailed into public utility poles, like buy used cars or buying a house or selling scrap metal, like stuff like that, like civilian type signs all over, and it's on public property. So you see these all over the place, and I'm like, I don't even know what it would be, but I guess littering or something. So, I'll take my chance with whatever it is. But I mean, I obviously don't, I make it obvious, but yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. It's like a speeding ticket, I guess. But yeah, and I'm surprised he saw that because he lives in the area like where I'm at. So I thought he moved somewhere else, but I guess he didn't. So I guess where he saw it. And like I said, I wrote a letter to him, but I didn't get a reply yet because I bought something from his site, like the gap.com, and I just mailed it to like the mailing address. But I don't know if he would actually get it, so I'd have to try and find like if he has a contact form or contact like a physical mail address, but he might not for safety reasons. So probably the best I can do is send him an email to say, hey man, I know exactly where you found that, because where he said it was, it wasn't. I know he just said that town because that's where the president's from, Scranton, but I know it wasn't there. It was nearby, but it wasn't exactly in that area. But yeah, it's just like I said, some people can do, and some people want to do it. Some people think it's a whatever waste of time, but I don't know, just something. Obviously, it worked, and that's not trust me. That's not the only one that's might be there, but, that's just the numbers game. Eventually somebody will see it, like you said, and that's it. So,
well, and this is the kind of thing that folks really need to appreciate. This is one of the things that has pushed me forward. Is that back in the day, I've delivered, and most people know at this point, many thousands of absolutely useless leaflets. When I was early in the white sympathetic sphere, everything was white negative. There was no white positivity. It was all white negative. And I complained. But I was also, I was young, and I was respectful, and I thought, and there were places where I was wrong. So I knew that lack of experience, I would be wrong in some places. So I would heed the wisdom of the elders and respectfully disagree occasionally. Sometimes I was right, sometimes I was wrong. But I would deliver these, and I just knew that I'm going to get to somebody. And with my effort, and when I get to somebody, maybe that somebody will be somebody who can make a big difference, or that somebody will be somebody that can get to someone. We'll end up having that chance conversation, or we'll be married to the woman or to the man who is has a wealthy family, and then the news will make it that way to these people. Now, nowadays, though, we have something that actually 100% works. So nobody's wasting their time by going out and posting stickers, posters, painting on driftwood, or what have you. No white guilt, and our different 5 key concepts. These things, all of these things have demonstrated success. So unlike we did back in the day. We knew that we were delivering, well, I guess not all of us knew, but some of us knew that we were delivering real garbage that was really not going to reach very many of anybody, or certainly people who were neutral on the question, people who weren't already with us. But now we know we have stuff that works. So there's really no excuse. You folks, you could be like talking, and you're not going to be as tall as tall Kevin. He keeps getting taller, but you can have that same great feeling of achievement by Irish Ice. Look at all that Irish Ice has done. You can, of course, we have so many wonderful people doing so many magnificent things and distributing leaflets, but you can have this same sort of success, and you don't know. It might end up being somebody big like a Torba or some Deca or centimillionaire that suddenly takes notice. And for us, we can most working class people, we can get rid of just a couple of bucks and not really notice it. But somebody with that kind of money, they can get rid of a couple hundred thousands or even millions and not even notice it. They could take notice. You never know. And again, it could be not the first person who sees it, but then that person gets interested and it's somebody they talk to. You never know how big your act could, how big it could end up being, how much good it could do when you get out there and you're working in service to white well-being with this lexicon, those 5 key concepts. And Kevin right here is such a great example. And just think right now, what could be cooking right now? Elaine Sabatino out there, she's posted a lot of wonderful things. Maybe there are beautiful people, wonderful souled people who have found these things. And right now they're considering maybe the other stickers or posters or whatever Kevin has put up. It's cooking somewhere. Somebody's thinking about this. Somebody's tuning in, and they're another wallflower like this wonderful woman from Germany, 300,000 subs. Who knows? And then they decide, well, you know what? I've heard enough. I'm going to participate. I'm going to get involved, and that could be then credited to you. That is a magnificent achievement for one's life. But brother, what did you want to talk about tonight?
I know people are tired of probably talking about it, and like there's different ways you can view it, like the whole Afghanistan thing, and there's different angles I think to examine everything that affects like white people and what's afflicting us, where you can look at it from like a negative aspect or like a white positive aspect, which is what I would ultimately end up looking at it through that lens. But I'll admit that there's definitely different ways I could view an event to say, well, this is good or this is bad. But ultimately, I always comes back to the base. But talking to some men like I would work with or just come in contact with, I was in the military myself, and just talking about that Afghanistan thing and just outright saying like, hey man, like they're like, you hear people speaking about it, and what their opinions are. It's going to be the typical like MAGA type stuff, and Biden's killing our Marines, and you should go over there, and what's the disaster, and that's what I would expect. But what they always revert back to is just going there to these different countries and then, like, you know, doing military operations and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, like, why is that the default response? And I think what it really is a lot of these men or women, they have some type of aggressive energy, or they know that the country's being humiliated, so they naturally revert back to, like, just, you know, force, like a primate, like an animal, like, oh, I'm being, you know, invaded, so we got to fight back. But in reality, you got to read between the lines and realize these guys are being definitely manipulated, that are being sent over there. And for what? Like, what's it for? I could understand right after, you know, September 11th, it was, you know, the frenzy and the emotions and everything. But for 20 years to be there and not even question it, or get mad at somebody when you question and say, most of these combat deaths are 85% white. What's going on? Like, you don't think they should have a better chance of affecting the world if they raise a good family and have kids and teach them to love themselves and not be degenerates and all that? You don't think you think that's bad compared to going to another country and just, you know, getting shot at? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And you tell that to these guys and they just get instantly angry, and you don't even know what to say to them. So it's kind of like blackpilling to a degree, but I don't know. It just, maybe you have like a tip to get to that type of man you come in contact with, but I don't have anything.
Well, I do. And the best way to reach these kind of folks that I have found, one of the best ways, is that you want to talk about the act of courage and where it is well placed and where it is misplaced for the protection and benefit of our weakest members of our people, of our society. And don't they want to put their courage, don't they want to put this verve, this desire, this self-sacrifice in the best place where it's going to do the most good? And of course, the answer from these people is yes. And so then I ask, depending upon how, I guess, how irascible they are, how much they want to fight back with me on the point, to say, I'll say, I submit this to you, and I want you to think about whether it is most effective for us to protect with our courage, with our heroism, the weakest members of our people in this foreign land on the other side of the world, or is it indeed better and more effective to be here at home doing this for our people, teaching our young, who's going to teach and that's another thing that I'll go into, who's going to teach our boys how to become young men if all of our heroes are dying over in some foreign land. No, we are losing quite a bit by this misplaced courage, by this misplaced desire for heroism. That's one of the ways I go after them. And it really, in many cases over the years, causes them to like temper their mood. They rein themselves in, because then they think, whoa, wait a second. Am I wrong about where I'm putting my great courage? Am I wrong about where I'm putting my great desire, as you say there, Kevin, right, to fight this one out? Because if you're not in the right place, then you're not going to do either the most good or any good at all. You might be doing harm. And like you said, if they end up dead or maimed or psychologically ruined by being over in this foreign land, then there's certainly not going to be no good for all of these young men back home and our weakest members here back home. So they want to be courageous, fantastic. Do it in the most effective way for our people. And therefore, many of them, of course, are like maybe just more MAGA type. You throw in, this is going to be for the country. For our people, is going to do the best for our country. And then you're speaking their language, and you can see the change in their faces. But try that and then get back with us and let us know how it works.
Good tip. That's a good way to try it. Like I could see how that would get to some of them. And I think most of them, they kind of get it to a degree. Like, some attitudes are changing when it comes to like foreign engagements and things, but you just get frustrated naturally when some of them, they're running the urge of getting it, and then they just revert back to like, if they're over there, they can plot an attack over here. And you're like, oh man, like, I don't know. I know what you're saying. I'm definitely going to give it a try, what you said. But I know there's certain ones that they're just so pig-headed that they're just clueless to like modern technology and modern, warfare. And it's really just unbelievable how some of them are so stupid. But you can't get to everybody. Like you said, you just don't waste your time on these morons and move on to somebody else.
Oh yeah, precisely. And you can remind them too when they're really stubborn there. And then we'll give you the last word and we'll let you go because we're out of time. But you can remind them that at least it's a speculation here, and you can maybe say it with a little bit more surety when speaking with these kind of guys, that the U.S., the things it left behind, they're going to be tagged. They're going to have a lot of spies are going to be left behind. And there's going to be a network on the ground of this sort of intelligence gathering that there had not been prior to September 11, and that any endeavor in the plotting and the planning is not going to go unknown to the United States. And so, for those guys who are really reluctant, they're really intractable. I think you'll be able to assuage them some by saying, look, buddy, all that equipment left over there, it's going to be tagged. Every motion is going to be known. There's a whole intelligence network there. We don't need to have people there dying when we can have people in the shadows in this intelligence network for the United States and other countries like the UK and the rest who are gathering information all the time. And better to have an environment where these people think that they are safe to openly speak and everything they talk about is being relayed to the United States than to control a deserted mountain range and have them go talk somewhere where the United States can't listen. But the final word to you, brother, and then we're going to jump out of this gathering.
Oh, just I know I said it before previously, but to other people, you could easily just paint a rock, or you go on one of these sites and make a sticker or a sign, or even just obviously talking to people in everyday life. You have to actively do it. That's kind of what I do. Any opportunity I'm leaving my house, try and take at least one chance or one opportunity to speak to at least one or two people in real world, not online or on the phone. You're doing it in real life to say something about white well-being and just the state of affairs that we're in. And I saw the website recently, Radio Albion. I know you and Mark Collette are on that. There's a lot of different podcasts there. Some of them are kind of like they play the villain. I get that. That like some of that is kind of like a little outdated, a little silly, but some of them have some good points, and I'll even use some type of stuff that they would say, or just to try and get to my audience, like a certain type of guy I would see, whether he's dressed a certain way or type of car or truck or whatever he's doing. There's some kind of talking points you could use just to get their interest, but I always try and lead it back to you, and I think that's more successful. But that's what I recommend to somebody out there listening now, is just to try and do something every day, whether it is something small or big. But it's very easy to do, because you could add it up and say, I remember I talked to this one guy and he was pretty receptive, and I remember I was rebuked by this one guy that I thought he was going to understand me. So sometimes you're surprised. Sometimes you see a weird looking person, you think, oh, this guy's just going to flip out. But some of them are actually all ears. They're like, wow, that's something that I never heard. So, it's exciting as well.
Well said, brother. You get to them any way you can, and then you bring them to what works. That is a magnificent point to end on. Very strong. Folks, this is Talk Heaven. Big round of raucous emojis. We love you, brother. Promethean hails to you, and call back anytime.
Yeah, you too. All right, thanks, man. Promethean hails, everybody. Good night.
Bye-bye. Magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we are just down to the seconds, and we have here a financial gift from Augustus, financially gifting $5 US. Thank you, brother. He writes here, I'm seeing a lot of racial epithets pushing BitChute and general AntNat stuff slipping through cracks in the chat. A lot of it isn't getting deleted by the mods, and it's getting dicey. Please address this to your mods. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll talk with the mods afterward about whether or not there is any of that sort of thing or what you've seen there, brother. Thank you very much for the $5 financial gift and the observation. And we'll see if there's something that can address or should have addressed. But yeah, we don't, we absolutely are not antique nationalists here. We're not ant-nats, and we never use racial epithets. We are white positive, and we invite everyone of all immutable characteristics to participate in white well-being, because it is their world too that is being destroyed by anti-whiteism, and they know it. They know it down deep. Absolutely. You know, we didn't get a chance to play, and we're definitely out of time, is Jared George's new song. We will absolutely play that on Wednesday. I imagine we'll be on a roll-in, but if not, then definitely on Sunday. So look for that. It's a magnificent song. He's singing out in nature, and he's got a fantastic voice. He's a great musician. But otherwise, folks, it has been a fantastic going free. I'm really excited and invigorated here at the end of the gathering to get out this coming week and to be as productive as is humanly possible with Labor Day, a celebration of our hard work, as Heidi noted. And I'm going to you all, no matter where you all are in the world, let's celebrate the labors of Western kind tomorrow. Remember these endeavors, remember our hard work, and then vow to be that individual, that man, that woman who will be celebrated and lauded by our children in the future for having been a laborer for white well-being, a laborer for love, hope, and redemption. I love you all. Let's go free.